we all doing? How we going, guys? It is pretty early over here, I'm not gonna lie. It's 7 a.m. over here right now and it is still dark outside. Starting an hour earlier this live stream. So hey, y'all better appreciate this. How you guys doing? I yesterday somehow managed to run through 2 of my weekly Codex usage limits. I have the $200 plan. I don't know how I did it. It kind of confused me a little bit. I remember Codex's plan lasting longer than that. Maybe I was going a little bit too hard. I don't really know. I was kind of just doing what I always do. But 2 full Codex weekly usages I went through. Luckily, they just hit 10 million users. Dude, look at this growth, man. It's just a spike. 6 mil to 10 mil in like literally less than 9 days. That is insane. And so, as per usual, they reset paid users every time they hit a extra million users. And so I haven't actually had a look yet. Let's actually have a look. Did they reset my usage? Because I was on like 8% yesterday. Boom! Look at that. It's kind of getting scary now because I've only got 2 more resets left in the bank. So I got to be a bit more careful. I got to be a bit more sparse, I feel. One thing I did notice is when they reset your usage, they actually reset the time that your usage resets, if that makes sense. Because my reset was 28th of July. Now that they've reset it, it's 29th of July. So that's interesting. Hey, it's almost like everyone resets at the same time now. It's easy to keep track of. How are we doing? Bojo, DG, Jerome, Synexus. What's good? What's good? So today I want to go through, I'm pretty sure we've fixed a lot of these bugs. Kind of went through and fixed a bunch of them. So let's tick some of these off. We fixed this. Code not showing on login request. We fixed this. Look into this bug. Where did the output go? We fixed this, I'm pretty sure. We fixed Emilio's issue. I need to check if we fixed that. We've added heat maps to using PostHog. Why do you use Codex instead of Fable 5? I use both. I have the $200 plan for Codex. I have the $200 plan for Claude, and I use both at the same time. Fable 5, you run out of your usage really quickly. So it's kind of annoying. Like I'll usually leave it for like a big task. So for example, I recently implemented this really big new feature for Ace. And I was like, you know what? If I give this to Fable, it's going to do a good job. If I give this to Codex, it'll still probably do a good job. I just trust Fable more. There's a bit more trust in Fable. So yeah, I just reset my Fable as well, as you can see. So we got 100% Fable usage. We've got 100% Codex usage. Let's go hard this live stream, man. Let's go pretty hard. I want to be testing Ace from inside of Ace today. Now, I know that I'm always saying that I want to test Ace from inside Ace, and we never get around to it because there's always some bug to fix. So let's work on Ace Bench today inside of Ace, and we can test it ourselves. What's really neat also, I said this last live stream, but what would be really cool, Dante, how we doing, is a video, get this right, a video where Fable 5 orchestrates like 10 different local models, like Gemma 4s. I feel like that could be really funny. Like, could they actually build something kind of cool? So that's the cool thing about Ace, is you can actually do cool experiments like that. What is Ace? Ace is my agentic coding environment. Do you like the name? ACE, Agentic Coding Environment. I'm pretty proud of it. But this basically allows me and anyone that wants to use it, first link in the description, to create these more complex workflows. So for example, on the right-hand side here, you can see there is the team chat. I can tag anyone in the team that's on the board and talk to them directly, or I can just prompt the whole team by tagging at everyone. And what this lets me do is there's different connectors. So this is the delegate connector, where Fable 5 can delegate tasks to a cheaper model. Like maybe you want to use Codex, GPT 5.6 Sol, for example, because it's cheaper. So I have Fable delegate tasks to 2 GPT 5.6 Sols. And now I'll be saving costs on my Fable usage, because all Fable needs to do is it needs to think and send the actual heavy lifting to the cheaper models. So if I go in here, you can see the system prompt. You are the orchestrating agent, coordinate the team around a shared outcome, delegated focused work, and turn the strongest contributions into one useful result. Now what's interesting about this is you can actually change this. So if I go into here, the sub agent has its own prompt as well. You are the supporting specialist agent, contribute focused expertise to the assigned part of the work. And it's this huge prompt, right? But what's interesting is you can change to debate, for example. So now instead of orchestration, you can just have these two agents kind of talk to each other, and you can kind of get the best outcome out of both of them. Because you'll kind of notice, why'd you add back the bottom bar? I don't actually remember. I think it got added by itself, Vince. I think what happened is I am working on making the terminal inside of ACE better. And I think it automatically added it, but I don't see how the terminal pops up here. So I have no idea. Is it a drag? No. Anyway, you have both agents talk to each other, and you'll kind of notice that both agents have biases because they both have different sets of training data. So for example, when I first started YouTube, I wanted to know how much I could charge for sponsorships. Except when I asked Claude, GPT, and Gemini, they all gave hugely different answers. Claude was like super conservative, was like $1,000. And then Gemini was like super on the other end and was like $4,000. GPT was in the middle, it was like $2,500. And so I actually had to get them to talk to each other manually. I had to copy each of their prompts and put them into each other's chat boxes. And then finally I was able to get them to agree on a final number, which was like $2,500, $3,000. And so I'm sure you guys in some case have had to do this yourself manually, where maybe you're creating a product requirements document before you build an app, and you're having GPT talk to Fable, or Fable talk to GPT, or Gemini talk to Grok, or whatever, so you can get this better polished final answer. And so you can actually just do this automatically inside of ACE. And what's really cool is, you can kind of already plan the next step from that. So for example, you might want to make this the PRD stage, right? So let's just call this PRD generator. Boom. Now these guys are going to work because they're the number one priority. And then what you can do is after that, create like another bot. Maybe this is GPT. And we can give this the build role. So you can see there's harness roles here. You got planner, researcher, builder, reviewer. I'm going to click the builder role, and you can see now it auto populates this system prompt with the build role. And so now, based on these guys' input of the PRD document, this guy can generate or build the app. So you can quickly see how this turns into quite a powerful workflow, right? Because you can kind of just continue this. It's like, okay, this guy builds the app now. Let's have another guy come in, maybe Fable, and let's connect it to this guy. And we'll probably do a review here. And I'm going to give Fable the reviewer role. So now you can see that these guys are creating a product requirements document. This guy's going to build the app, and then Fable's going to review the app that was just built. How long did it take me to build ACE? It probably took a long time. I'm not even going to lie. Maybe like a month or two. I've been working on ACE for a very, very long time. Maybe since like day 30 of this challenge. So yeah, you can quickly see, and then, maybe, for example, this doesn't have to be an app building workflow. This could be something completely different entirely. It could be maybe a script generation workflow. So if that's the case, I should probably add a cron job. And now every morning at 8 a.m., this specific routine is going to run. You just need to have it open on your laptop. And so now you can create a system where, okay, these two agents are going to debate over what is the hot topic in AI right now over the next 24 hours. And you probably don't want to use GPT for this. You probably want to use Grok, because Grok has access to X and Twitter. So if you have Grok and then you have GPT, now you have access to Twitter and you have Fable 5 to, debate with Grok, because Grok, when it comes to, writing, not the best. So this is actually a good setup. Then I could have GPT. So as you can see here, there's no kind of role for what I'm trying to do. So what I can do is I can actually press the custom button, and I should probably make an update so it auto removes all the prompt here. But I can just say, you are going to write a script based on the research. And now I can press this generate button, and based off of that one little sentence that I put inside of GPT, it's literally going to generate a system prompt for me. See how easy that is? Like, you don't need to go through all this effort. You can do everything in-house. And so the goal of Ace is, I just want it to be an app where you can just run your entire business inside of it. So as you can see here, boom, you are Cleo, a script developer for the Ace Bench project. Your role is to translate research findings into functional scripts that operationalize those findings. I probably should have been a bit more specific around short form writing, but it's right. And then I could probably have Sonnet 5 review it, or Fable, whatever. And then eventually I'm going to want to create connectors that it can just automatically post to your TikTok or your Instagram or whatever. However, right now I haven't built that yet. What's also neat and handy is maybe you want to give these agents specific skills. So for example, for this one, you might want to give it the canvas design skill, and then you save that. And now you can kind of see the skill floats around the body. So you know that this has the canvas design skill, where all the other ones are kind of blank. And you can just kind of do this forever. So this one now reviews the script, and then you can have another agent kind of come in. Maybe you want GPT to generate images for the script, because we have a preview tab as well. So GPT can now generate images. Probably attach that to the wrong one. But yeah, you can literally just infinitely just build out this flow. And if you want to provide context, because no one wants to type a bunch of words, you can literally bring in random videos. So I'm just going to bring in this video, my most popular video ever, 750,000 views. It tells you how to use Claude for cheaper. If I copy the link of this video, I can actually chuck it in here as context. So I'll paste the URL in, and now I have the entire transcript of this video that I can use as context. I can literally just connect it into here. Maybe try and, I guess, fit it inside of this box. It's not gonna work, but it doesn't really matter. I can connect it inside of here. So these two agents now have my video as context. So it can, maybe it wants to research on how to reduce token usages. Maybe it wants to research, you can literally, think of how crazy you can make this. How to write scripts, for example. I could grab this video. I love this guy's video, by the way. It's really good for teaching your agents how to write scripts. Copy the URL and just paste it in as a context block. And now the script writer is going to have context on how to write better scripts. So you can see how quickly you can just kind of keep going and integrate and iterating and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, if you want to try out Ace for yourself, I'll leave a link in the description. Use code DUBI, that's D-U-B-I, for 10% off. And yeah. Can you actually use Ace to build websites, apps, and games? Yes, you definitely can. That's exactly what Ace is meant for. If so, how can you view your final product? For example, if you made a game how would you see the game they made? So I just implemented previews. So I'm going to open up Claude Design, but I'll show you this because this is the fastest way I can show you what a preview is, but I'll show you later in the live stream as well when we actually go to building something. But Claude Design, Ace has a previews tab, and I'm really proud of this because I think it's really cool, but it basically pops up a preview of whatever it is that you've built. And what's really neat and handy about this is you can actually draw on it. So for example, you might want to draw on this, and then you have two options, either change it or keep it. So I'll probably go keep it and say, I like this text. But then I might also draw something over here and be like, I don't like the look of this. So now you can literally just send these two notes as a little screenshot like this for your agents to view. So it makes it really handy. You can also go into images to see the assets that ChatGPT might have generated. You can build and open the thing into like a local host if you want. You can upload it to GitHub. There's heaps of stuff you can do. But yeah, it's pretty neat and handy because you can create this whole system, right? But then you might think, oh wait, I actually don't like the script. So a problem that we used to run into with this is if there was something that you didn't like and you wanted to tweak it, you had to talk to the entire team. It was basically, you'd be like, hey everyone, I don't like the script. Or hey everyone, I don't like the hook. And this was actually a problem because obviously when you have a system like this, it's going to be quite slow. It's going to take some time. It has to go through this, and then it has to go through here, and then it has to go through here. So it's obviously going to be quite slow. However, now, if you don't like a specific part of the script, or if you don't like a certain thing, you can just tag the agent that's directly responsible for that. So for example, Cleo is the script writer. So I can literally just tag Cleo and be like, hey, I don't like the script. And then Cleo specifically, you can see the little chat bubble here, is going to respond in the chat and reply to me directly. So this is super, super powerful. This is obviously I've been spending a lot of time building this. Any feedback is greatly appreciated. However, today we're basically going to try and break the app. We're going to be trying to do some stuff and hopefully break the app so we can fix it and make it stronger and better. But yeah, we're moving very quickly. I'm looking to build a mobile app soon for this. So you can literally prompt your agents while you're out of the house, as long as your laptop is open, I'm pretty sure. Now that is a little bit of a ways out, but there will be a mobile app in the future. 110%. So yeah, grab the annual plan. It's like $8 a month. With the 10% discount, you're on $7.50 a month. It's dirt cheap. This app is going to be my daily driver eventually. No, it's not yet right now, I'll be honest. We're not at a level where it is my daily driver yet. I still have to use Conductor a lot of the time. But it's quickly getting there. So we are inside of the Ace Bench repo. So let's actually get something going. This was just as an example. It says my Grok is off right now. I'm trying to figure out why. It says Grok build is connected and authenticated, but then it's saying my Grok is off. Is it because of the model? Yeah, there we go. We can go 4.5. So maybe what I'll do is let's work on Ace Bench. So I want to use Fable, and I want to use GPT 5.6 for this. And let's just connect these two, and I'll have these guys look through the repository. Do I want them to collaborate or do I want them to debate? Yo, Emilio, how we doing, bro? I'm also good. Thanks for asking. I think we might have fixed a lot of the problems that you had, Emilio. A lot of the feedback that you provided. So hopefully, if you have anything else, let me know. Bro, 100K is nothing in today's economy. I agree with you. 100K won't get you very far these days. However, I think the purpose of the challenge is more to showcase that it can replace your main source of income. So, you know, the median income or whatever is like 60 to 80K a year, I think, on average. And so if you're making 100K in, like, let's say 150 days building your app, then, you know, I think the first 100K is the hardest. I'm been finding a lot of challenges along the way, but I think the next 100K is easier, way easier. It's getting that first 100K. Ace is faster a lot, ain't it? Yes, Ace is way faster. Yo, Emilio, could you check if it's still taking up a lot of your compute? I did try and fix that issue where it was taking a lot of compute. So can you just double check and verify for me that it's no longer using as much RAM for you or CPU? Alright, so I've got Fable 5, I've got GPT 5.6 Soul here. Please review the project. Alright, and so what are their system prompts? I should probably have a look. I'll probably go. Maybe I'll leave it as is. Act as a focus specialist in this workflow. Yeah, I'll keep it broad. Please review the project please review the project Ace Bench. And so I can press this little recording icon and just talk. It's also way more compute. Yes, LMAO. 14% on my CPU, but RAM is better. 14% is better than last time. I think last time it was like 30%. So we've halved it, and the RAM is also better. So that's good. It's also how many make from this? How much money I make from this? So far we've made about $2,000. Last week we had our best week yet, if we don't include the launch week, and we made close to like $890 or $900. So it's ramping up. I'm definitely going to start pushing this a lot harder when it's at a level that I'm using it daily. I think there's just a bit of fiddling to get it to that level, but I have been pushing it in my videos. So for example, this video and this video, these two videos, I have mentioned Ace in the middle of the video as like a mid-roll sponsorship. So you can see those two videos combined make up nearly 90,000 views. So I've been pushing it slowly, like soft pushing it, but I'm gonna be pushing it a lot harder once the mobile app comes out. Because once the mobile app comes out, I have a clear like distinction between every other AI tool. Because I have a few ideas that I think can really make Ace really useful for a lot of people. Because I'm just thinking in my head, what are the problems that I have as a vibe coder, and how can I solve those? And I think the biggest problem that I have, that I'm sure you guys would agree, Vince made it faster, shout out Vince, is that I don't have like a low friction way to write my problems. And what I mean by this is when you are in a vibe coding session, what does that entail? It means you have to sit on your desk or your bed or wherever you like to work. It means you have to open up your laptop or your computer, and it means you have to prompt Claude or GPT, right? There's a system, there's a steps that you have to take to be able to build the thing that you want to build. What I want to do is I want to reduce those barriers. Like, what if you could just prompt from your phone? What if you could set tasks from your phone? Because a lot of the time I'll find while I'm walking down the street or while I'm at the gym, ideas pop up in my head where I'm like, oh, I should totally fix that, or I should totally prompt that. And then I'm left having to write it as a note in my notes app, and I can't really there's a disconnect because now I have to wait till I get home, and then maybe my Claude usage is gonna not gonna reset in time, or there's all these different things, right? But what if you could just prompt on the go, set tasks, really build out a team? That's the whole point of ACE, is to be able to make the most out of your subscriptions, because right now they're all disconnected. But the thing is, you don't even need 2 subscriptions. You can just have multiple Claude agents if you only have a Claude subscription, or you can have multiple GPT agents. The difference is the fact that you have given them specialized roles, and they're in their own isolated environments, so they're able to talk and communicate with each other as if they're 2 individual people. And then the team chat lets you talk to everyone as if you have your own team of people working under you. That's the whole point of ACE, is like, I want it to be like a business focused app where you can kind of create the whole back end of your business in here. Also, now the local model is working. Damn, let's go. Let's go. So we just included local models into ACE. So now you can literally have a powerful model like Claude Fable, and you can have it orchestrate a local model. So you can instantly see how this is going to be a massive, massive opportunity, right? Like, imagine using Claude Fable to operate like a few different local models. Obviously, your computer needs to be capable of it, but I think I don't like this. So let's change that to the actual Olama logo. You've got a stage problem. Look on Discord. I'll have a look in a second, but let's run this prompt. So, all right, I'm getting distracted. Let's get into this. I'll go debate. Actually, let's go collaborate. Please review the project ACE bench. Allow microphone access. Okay. Allow. Ooh, that's better. Please review the project ACE bench. We are looking to create a people's choice bench where I feel like there's a lot of AI models that come out and they look really good on the benchmarks, but when you actually use them, they're not as good as the benchmarks say they are. And I feel like this is due to people kind of cheating the benchmarks a little bit, whether it's benchmarking or corrupting the data set with the results in the training data. What I want to do is I want to create a people's choice bench. It's going to be called ACE bench, and you're basically going to be able to blind vote on generations by different models, and whoever gets the highest vote ends up getting the highest score in the bench. So can you please review the repo, figure out what we're missing, and what the next steps are for us to go live? Boom. You don't even need Whisper Flow. ACE bench pays for it. So I'm just going to go ahead and send this prompt. It should have access to the repository. Let me just make sure I've got everything right. Okay, send it. Boom. And now you can kind of see right here, sending. I could probably improve this. Sent to 2 teammates, because the sending itself takes a little bit of time. So Fable 5 is typing first. How many current users, Doobie? We currently have, that's a good question. Let me check. I think we're on like 40, maybe 40 or 45 current users. I think eventually, when ACE is at a level, I may start accepting like short trials. So maybe we do like short like 3-day to 1 week trials, so people can and I'm sure that'll quickly boost our number of users. But we're currently only on 40, 45. Also, I really agree with your vision of ACE. Thanks, Emilio. Oh yeah, what was the problem? Let me read chat first and I'll get to that. Bro, we the same. Don't forget Claude has been monopolizing and they're releasing all of what we are both building. And remember, emergent and bolt and lovable, we must all be creative and smart. I agree, Dante, but one thing that Claude will never do and GPT will never do is they will never create something that will let you use the competitors' models. So I think that's really kind of why I wanted to build ACE, is because I feel like there's a gap in the market where you have multiple subscriptions, but you won't be able to make the most out of those subscriptions that you have, because you have to work with them in their own contained environments. And so if we create a space where you can work with them in the same environment, then think of how much more you can get out of your subscriptions. Think of how much better your results could be if your agents could talk to each other. Just that alone. Good day, bro. I'm new here and I want to know what's happening here. So can you explain? So this is ACE. This is my agentic coding environment. This is what I've been building for a very long time now. And it's getting to a level that I'm really happy with. And so I'm just kind of showcasing, and we're going to try and break ACE. I'm going to try some simple workflows like what we have here, make sure everything's smooth. And then I'm going to try some more complex workflows, because we've made quite a lot of changes recently. So I just want to make sure everything's smooth, nothing doesn't break. All right, Fable has replied. Good news. The blind voting app is already built in Solid. To go live, we need real Cloudflare config and secrets, the 40 model artifacts generated, privacy and terms page, and a passing test run. So it's giving me 68 out of 100 result. I can view the working out if you want, but I kind of like these summarized texts, because if you have ADHD like me, you don't want to read all that shit. So I've created like a summarization of the chats. It's a little bit easier to talk to. GPT is now going to give us its feedback on what Fable just said. Try to ask Ace to download something via Homebrew. Okay, I'll try that out later in the live stream. We'll do this one first. Did you build this all with AI? Yes, I vibe coded everything. Doobie the Goat has been self-learning and teaching to create ACE, agentic coding environment. Anti-Gravity did, bro. Did they really? Is this your main job? Could you actually get by making your earnings only by this? Yes, of course you can. But you also got to consider, I have multiple revenue streams, right? One revenue stream is obviously the apps that I'm building. Another revenue stream is, the YouTube ad revenue that comes in from showcasing what I'm learning. Another revenue is sponsorships that come from that as well. So I'm able to get by from these 3 different revenue streams. When I first started out, it was the vibe coding and building apps that was my biggest revenue stream. Can't we make a cron job every minute or something like that? I mean, does it make sense to make it a cron job every minute, Emilio? Because, for an AI agent to generate a response, it usually takes a couple of minutes. So I think right now it's limited to once per day. What up, J-Mart? He used a different AI tool. Yeah, so I didn't build ACE using ACE, if that's what you're asking. I used a different AI tool, but I still used AI. I used Claude and GPT. Those are the 2 main models I used to build this. Pulled with Claude Design to help me visualize the features that I want to make. For example, as you can see with Preview, it helps kind of pull everything together. In ACE, yes sir, Bimbe. All good. So bro, I'm new to vibe coding and I'm finding difficulty prompting. What do you mean? The whole point, Okez, of vibe coding is you need to be able to explain your idea concisely to AI, because the coding language is no longer like Python, JavaScript, or any of those. It's actually your English language or whatever language you speak. By being able to speak to AI, you are able to code. And so now the bottleneck is how well can you speak to AI? I found AceBench is well built, but it is not launch ready. Production config, 40 artifacts, legal pages, and passing build gates are still required. Let's continue. Let's come up with a game plan on how to improve the build, and then let's execute on it. Don't you think that vibe coding won't actually let you build anything massive or launch a production grade app for a large user base? Look at sites like Airbnb or Booking. You have to handle complex edge cases like 10,000 people trying to book the single last available room simultaneously. How does vibe coding solve that level of concurrency? I mean, Ollie, I think you got to look at it differently. You're already looking at it like you've won. Like, try and get your first 100 users first. You know, that's a good problem to have. If you are vibe coding and you are able to build an app that is good product market fit, and you're able to get your first 100, 200, 300 users, then obviously by then you should be able to afford bringing on a developer and making the app better. I'm not going to say that your vibe coded app should be used to, handle 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 users. I'm just saying that you can vibe code an app, get product market fit, right? Get your first 100, get your first 1,000 users. I'm an advocate that your first 1,000 users is achievable with vibe coding. And then from there, you now have the money to, hire a developer and clean up your code base. That's like nothing. That would be like 10% of your revenue at that point. Maybe even less, maybe 5%. So Ollie, I think you're looking at it a little differently. Like, don't look at it as like, oh, vibe coding can only do this. Look at it as like, oh, vibe coding can help me iterate really fast, and it can get me to a level where I'm able to find that product market fit and, serve a group of people. And from there, I can improve it and I can hire a team and I can do this. It basically allows you to do everything as a one-man team. That's the powerful part of vibe coding. You no longer need to hire a developer or a team to bring your idea to life. But you'll have to pay the developer a fortune to fix it? I mean, not necessarily. And by then, you can afford to pay it, Chris, because your app is already making heaps of money. Yeah, I agree that vibe coding is great for building an MVP. And once you make money, you just hire a team. But people have this misconception that you can literally do everything with it. I mean, you kind of can. If you're good enough, you can do everything with it. If you know what you're doing, like I never studied computer science. I never did software development. So I've never really coded anything. Everything that I've done in the series has purely been with the help of AI and relying heavily on AI. But I can see someone who's a software engineer running laps around me if they have 2, 3, 4 AI agents. And so you can kind of see how someone like them would be able to create an app that could probably handle tens of thousands of people. As someone who's new to vibe coding, how would you market an app? Would you just gatekeep it and build hype, or just release it immediately? I mean, there's heaps of different strategies. Gatekeeping doesn't really work unless you have a shit ton of hype, and you're able to create really cool case studies. Like, check out this one-shot app that I built. Check out this that I did. Check out that I did. But I recommend, like, I'm a big advocate of founder-led marketing. Like, if people don't want to follow projects, they don't want to follow app accounts, they want to follow people. That's the whole point you're on social media, is to connect with other people. So if you are able to make content, then you can get people to like you and you can get people to buy your app. It's that simple. And I think founder-led marketing is a really strong way to get users on your app, because people want to follow your journey. People want to see your mistakes. People want to see your successes. People want to see what you're doing. As long as you're providing value and teaching people, like every time I build Ace, you guys are seeing when I mess up. You guys are seeing when things go right. You guys are seeing my workflow. You guys literally see everything from ideation to research to design to coding. So you can kind of see, for someone who's new, how valuable that can be, right? For me, I'm just building my app, and it ends up being really high leverage. And just from my live streams, I've already gotten a good sort of launch with Ace. But yeah, let's have a look at Emilio's feedback. Oh, you guys can't do speech on Windows. Interesting. So what's going on here, Emilio? Are you saying that your local model didn't work? Okay, you think it's working? What is this specifically? The Codex CLI exited with code. First pointer today. Oh, so I still haven't fixed the stage issue. Okay. All right. Let me screenshot. Open up Conductor. This can be the first thing that we tackle today. Ace is my app that I've been building. You can check it out, link in description. I'll give this task to Fable. Hey, users having trouble with stage creation, specifically on Windows. For example, they can easily create a stage for one AI agent. But for example, for when they go to make that second stage, something seems to break and stop working, and they can't seem to make that second stage. So can we look into why and fix it? Just make sure target is dev, and let's create. So this, I'm using Conductor right now. This is kind of what I've been building Ace inside of. The goal is to stop using Conductor and eventually just start using Ace. I added privacy and terms pages with footer links and mobile styling. The code diff is clean, but test and build remain blocked by registry DNS access. Let me screenshot this. You can see my Codex agent is saying that tests and builds remain blocked by registry DNS access. How can we fix this? They have access to my repo. I've linked in through a new project. And I'm basically just getting them to tweak it a little bit. However, yeah, we just ran into this problem where DNS access seems to be blocked. Is there a workaround for this? How can we fix it? I think I messed up when building Ace because I created a lot of security. And now as I'm using Ace, I find myself like unraveling the security because I'm like, oh, well, I actually want to be able to do that. And I want to be able to do that. And I want to be able to do that. And I slowly just kind of unravel the security that I've just built. Open Ace bench inside preview. Let's see if this works. Preview is the new feature that we've just implemented. So let's see. It should be able to pop up in the preview here. Using Ace board workflow, using workflow mode. Would you suggest Mac or Windows for a Vibecoder or software engineer? I'd suggest Mac because I've used Mac. Also, if you want, you can integrate Whisper Live into Ace, open source, and on device. Good to know. I have to disagree with you there, Doobie. If you build a massive app that turns into total AI slop, like a giant monolith instead of microservices, you end up paying devs a fortune later just to refactor it and deploy Kubernetes. Plus, if you're handling sensitive user data in fields like medtech, where you have to meet strict ISO security standards, Vibecoding is a huge liability. That's fair, Ollie, but there's a lot of things that need to, what you're saying is if this happens, and then if this happens, and then if it's in this specific space, like your argument is biased towards certain things. Like obviously everyone knows these things. Everyone knows that in medical, obviously there's going to be sensitive data and it's going to be hard to handle. Everyone knows that if you're building an app, it can turn into complete AI slop. Everyone knows that obviously that's going to cost more to develop. The whole point is to not do those things. And that is very possible. I feel like your point of view is very focused on the fact that, if you vibe code, it's going to be AI slop. If you build an app, it's going to be with sensitive data. If you do this, it's going to do that. But you're wrong. Connect Stripe API, they handle all the payments. If you're not in med tech, or if you're not in legalities, which I'm going to say that 95% or 99% of people aren't, you're chilling. Most people just want to build a macro calculating app or a running app or something that helps them with their to-do list. These aren't crazy, sensitive data points. And yeah, I don't think it's that, yeah. Ace for Windows. Ace works for Windows. Can the AI use preview like Claude browser? Not yet, I believe. The app already works. The preview just can't see it. Run npm install, add a root dev script. The calls the community workspace dev and opens at localhost. No new pages needed. This is cool. It's cool to see them talking to each other. Fable's hey, Dot, do this. And I love that Fable calls it by its name, Dot. It's kind of funny. I thought it was kind of cute to generate these random names, and it's turned out to, I agree. Yo, how have you been? How do you make sure that Claude's edits are focused and doesn't change too many things? I just hit my monthly limit on Fable with my $20 plan. I mean, yeah, you hit the monthly limit really easily on the Pro plan if you're using Fable. I almost wouldn't even recommend using Fable, to be honest, if you're on the Pro plan. Just use Sonnet 5. How do you make sure that Claude's edits are focused? Lately, if you're using Fable 5, I haven't had to worry too much about that. But a good point, like kind of what I like to do, if it's a big feature, if you get Claude Design to design visually what the feature is going to look like, how it's going to fit into your app, then they literally have this MCP where you can just share more formats, send to Claude Code, and then you just copy this. And this exact MCP will literally let Claude copy exactly this preview. And so it's not like, it doesn't tend to stray too far away from the thing that I want to build, especially if it's Claude Fable 5. I'm having to deal with that problem a lot less these days. Okay, so one thing I did notice is we've implemented the preview, right? So let me go into Claude Fable here. So the preview has been merged, and one thing I noticed is you can see in the chat here, I wanted them to open the app inside preview and nothing happened. So can we look into why and fix that? What is Claude Design? Claude Design is one of Claude's harnesses. And so a lot of people don't know there's 4 different Claude harnesses, or officially backed Anthropic harnesses, okay? And harness is just whatever you use your AI agent inside of. So whether that's the Claude app, or that could be the terminal, for example. So there's 4. You've got Claude Code, you've got Claude Chat, you have Claude Cowork, and then you have Claude Design. And there's kind of a 5th one, which is the terminal, which Anthropic also supports. But Claude Design is right here, and it basically lets you specifically focus on designing features and stuff. So it's really good to visualize, okay, this is what I want it to look like. And what's really neat and handy about Claude Design is you can see like multiple different things. So if I go here, you can see that there were multiple different preview screens that I trialed. And it really lets me visualize, okay, I think this one is actually better than this one, because this one takes up the whole screen. I don't really like it. Canvas design, it's like in this specific spot. I don't really like that, like, you know, it's like that. So I decided to go with Preview Dock. And it's this thing that just pops out on the side, and you can kind of move it up and down. And Claude Design helps me visualize the feature that I'm trying to implement. It helps me, and then I saw, oh, well, now we have the drawing tool, and we can draw like this, or we have this tool, and you know what I mean? We can refresh it, we can share it, localhost, images, like you can kind of build on your idea better. Terminal is the strongest. Terminal's pretty good. Terminal's pretty good. I wouldn't recommend like a beginner start on a terminal though. But yeah, terminal's definitely got its own use case for sure. No code changes the guarded sandbox blocks network, but still allows run commands in the workspace. So install the dependencies yourself outside the sandbox and let .run everything offline. In ACE, 2 changes would make this a non-issue for real users, and I can implement either. Surface the guard, show the run executed in a protected sandbox, because in the run log, no security trade-off. Trusted dependency install. Alright, I'm gonna sit down. Run npm install in the workspace. Start with 1 and 2 if you want it as a normal PR into dev. So my understanding is if we started a project from scratch and we built a project from scratch, created a new repository, it would work. But because we're connecting to a pre-existing repository, it isn't working. Doobie, building in public means you will have to surpass those who carbon copy, and if you want to ensure your creations work, what are you willing to learn and do? I think that I have full faith that I will always execute better than those that try to copy me. There's a reason why they're copying me. It's because they don't know how to execute. Simple as that. Don't you feel that Ace is a bit slower than Vibecoding using a single subscription plan like Soul 5.6 or Fable? I think speed is a thing that should not be ignored nowadays. Yes, I agree with you. I think I definitely want to improve overall speed, but that's the cost of having two models communicate with each other. If I was to just talk to one model inside of Ace, then I would get the same speed as using any other app. It's purely because I've connected an additional model, so they have to have time to be able to communicate with each other. And the goal is that if they communicate with each other, they'll have a better output, which means I will eventually save time on speed. So it all comes down to how good is your workflow, how good is your team, how good are you able to have these agents work for you. And that's going to come down to the system prompt, that's going to come down to a lot of different things. But if speed is all you want, you can always use faster models like GPT 5.6 Luna. You could use Sonnet 5, Opus 4.8. But honestly, nowadays, almost every prompt that I send takes 30 minutes to an hour. So you have to be Goku. If people copy you, you are doing something right. I mean, yeah, kind of true. There's definitely truth in that. The feature merged and now you've hit the real world UX gap. Asking the team to open AceBench inside preview produces agent replies, but the doc never opens. Let me investigate the full chain. What a run actually stamps on its message, and what, if anything, is supposed to open the doc? First sync to the merged dev. It's worth noting that we do have an internal MCP that the agents are connected to, and the preview should be implemented into that MCP, so the agents have an easy way to utilize it. All right, that should give it some additional context. What's going on here? Maybe you should use /compact. No, these are in fresh chats. In a fresh chat, it's taking 30 minutes to an hour. Not quite. Linking a repo isn't the trigger. Well, that installs. Here's the answer to your question. Not quite. Linking a repo isn't the trigger. Ace never checks linked verse from scratch. What decides whether Codex gets network access is the per run safety clarification. Prompt the board's mission, history, and everything injected in the run, including the repo's own docs. Your AceBench board trips it on both fronts. The repo docs read like deploy instructions. The linked repo ships. The conversation is about launch readiness plan. So the honest phrasing is a fresh chat scratch project usually works because its context is innocuous, and your linked project fails because its content screams production release, not because it's linked. A scratch project whose chat said, let's get this deployed, would hit the same DNS wall, and a linked repo with neutral docs would get full network. Concrete blocker, and I'm fixing it. The AceBench workspace done and verified your AceBench workspace is unblocked. like dependencies already installed in the workspace. Adds a new dependency to the package that needs another manual from your side. You want, I can also make the product fix in ACE itself, so this stops surprising users. The run log and optionally add a trusted server-side dependency install step for guided runs. Just say go and I'll open a PI into dev. Go. So we got two things running right now. One is for the preview. For example, the preview feature function did not open. The next is there was a block in the DNS access when trying to test AceBench. I would invest in ACE. I believe the future is bright if you improve on its speed, some bugs, and overall efficiency. Thanks, IT Web Dev. Appreciate you, bro. I agree. I just think like if I vibe code every day and I live stream everything, and there's a little bit of frustration, for example, with Conductor. They kind of forced you to use GStack, and it's annoying. Like you can't control other people's apps, and I use Conductor every day, and sometimes it gets a bit annoying. It was really nice at the start, but they've started making changes. I'm starting to like Conductor a bit less. I just want to create my own space, my own environment that I can continuously improve based on my own feedback and from the chat. Like this is kind of a social experiment almost. Like if we build a tool that based off of you guys' feedback and my own feedback, can we beat some of these bigger companies? Is it possible? Being on the ground every day, just working. Wasn't there some attempt at making AIs communicate using a specialized language instead of using English? That might be faster. Monsanto Sas, I didn't know about that. If you could figure out what the name of the project was or something, I'd love to look into it. Also, Doobie, maybe looking into adding conditional brides, like if, then, else, or not, to make it complicated just for building more interesting architecture. Conditional bride. What is conditional bride? Dev. Conditional, it appears there might be a typo in your query. Conditional bride, did you spell that right? Bridge, not bride, sorry, bridge. Conditional bridge in development context usually refers to a specific concept in artificial intelligence, though it can also apply to software architecture or pipeline tooling. Depending on your field of development, software architecture. In modern web and PIM product information management systems, it refers to a design pattern where a semantic bridge is enhanced with conditional logic. How it works. It establishes relationships between items like products or ingredients, but builds in explicit rules dictating dependencies, compatibilities, or exclusions. Use case. It enables developers to model e-commerce product bundles where option A requires option B or option C conflicts with option D, resulting in rule-aware data. Oh, this is exactly the issue that we're facing. Conditional bridge. I believe this is good to go. Resolve conflicts and merge to dev. This one. Since the PR for files, add the rule. So I can just say merge to dev. Windows second stage. This is regarding the issue with the blockage. All right. They are letting AI make own programming language which they understand better than humans programming. It's the GUI aspect eventually, not for regular LLMs. It was just an experiment. I did hear, I mean, there is a language that LLMs understand better than humans. It's like that .json text or whatever. That if you prompt in .json or something like that, it's how people make really cool AI videos. Like if a task is above a certain difficulty, the second agent could be conditionally involved. That's interesting. That's kind of cool. I like that. I think we could definitely implement that. Okay, merge to dev, already done, so we can get rid of this. So we ran into the issue here. If I go full screen, you can look at the work. So proof of work blocked. Do not build a website. Okay. Yeah, something feels a little off. Okay. Fable over here. I mean, let's just keep prompting it, I guess. I will say, so it says that I need, so create a checklist for me on what I need to provide you in order to get this live. So now what we have is we have secrets, and you can add secrets in here now. So I'm gonna see if this works. I'll add like a Cloudflare, like simple API read token maybe. And we can kind of go from there. We could also potentially add maybe an OpenAI secret. We could add a bunch, GitHub secret, see if this works. Not markdown prompting. No, that one's, I mean, that works as well, but it's JSON prompting or something like that. Resolve conflict. This is good. Here's what I found. This is already merged to dev. Get rid of that then. All right, we only have 2 agents running. We've got Fable thinking over here. If I go out of the board, it's live. Can I open up a new project? Testing. So now that I'm inside of a new project here, I can see that this is still working. Cool. So if I was to go in here and then get another Claude agent and just be like, maybe I get GPT 5.6 to orchestrate Sonnet, delegate, and I'll say, build me a simple to-do list app. And then I just send that. I've sent it. Now, is this going to No, I can run both of these boards at the same time. Both are running. To go live, you need to give us Cloudflare access, 2 domains, open router key, Google GitHub OAuth and turnstile keys, a spend cap for the 40 generations, legal entity info, and a yes on the 8 models and thumbs vote style. I need your product choices, domain accounts, secure credentials, generation budgets. So here, I would have just liked GPT to agree with Fable. All right, let's chuck some music on. I feel like I haven't vibe coded with music in a while, so let's do that. Run it up. JSON prompting makes it better for video gen, but not faster. Yeah, okay. Auto MTB test pass. What it does, when a run executes under a restricted policy, the run log, the header log panel from PR to 748 now announces it before any agent output instead of letting the sandbox fail silently. How it builds. So I feel like maybe the security on the app is a little bit too strict. Just random little blockings here and there that I'm finding that are limiting overall use of the app. I think we need to be a bit more lax in what the user can do, because at the end of the day, it's the user's choice on what they want to do, regardless of security. If they tell the AI agent to do a certain thing, then let the AI agent do that thing. Can we confirm now next time if I want to, I'm not going to run into this issue and Codex should just automatically be able to run those tests? Publish dual code runtime workflow is running. The monitor will notify me when it completes. The Windows second stage won't create report matches the stage creation review I did. The marquee, the only way to create a stage requires 2+ selected blocks. So a marquee around a single agent silently did nothing. And a right-click suppression bug. All of that was fixed in, but that PR was never merged, so users never got it. I brought that branch up to date with dev. Okay, nice. Merged it as PR 750 and closed 701 as superseded. Okay, this is all good then. All right, stage creation should work next time. Tom Sings, how you doing, bro? Do you think it's possible to make 100K from an AI app? Of course I think it is. I wouldn't be doing this challenge if I didn't think that. How would you recommend starting making money online? I would recommend stop watching YouTube and start doing things, because you're going to learn more from doing than watching. And so even though my whole part of my income stream is literally dependent on people trying to learn how to make money online and how to use AI, the best number one way is to stop watching my videos and everyone else's videos and to just start doing stuff. Like when you start doing stuff, there's a connection in your brain that's completely different to when you're watching, because you are kind of finding it challenging, and that does something. I'm good, thank you. That's great. What app are you building? I'm building Ace. So this is my agentic coding environment, and it basically allows you to build more complex workflows. So for example, Fable 5 is quite expensive inside of Claude. So being able to delegate it to a cheaper model, it now has this prompt: you are orchestrating agent, coordinate the team around a shared outcome, and it basically delegates tasks to cheaper models. So I could do like Claude Sonnet 5, for example. So now Fable delegates to Sonnet 5. And obviously this might be a pretty challenging task, so I might need multiple agents to delegate to. Like maybe I need 3. And each agent can work on something specific. And this has all of the information. So it knows that 3 agents are connected and what to give each model. And it also understands the level that each model is at because of their, if it's Sonnet 5 or Opus, it will understand like how much it can give. Escape tutorial hell, literally. What is your current revenue from applications you've made via Vibecoding or content pipeline? So right now I make a lot more money from content than I do Vibecoding, I'll be honest. I mean, I can show you if you want. We had a pretty good week. We had a pretty good month this month. The revenue in terms of ads is lower. We're at only 1,600 for this month, but the sponsorships are pretty high. Like we probably made close to another 10K this month just from sponsorship deals. So if you consider, you know, $1,600 from ad spend, $10,000 from sponsorships, and then we made about $2,000 from Ace. That ends up being $13,600 that I made this month. So that's kind of the revenue coming in right now. The goal is Ace starts becoming starts making a lot more than the sponsorships. What's really neat about Ace is it's like passive. Like once you build it, you can quite literally, if you build a good tool that people actually enjoy using, then it will just sell itself, word of mouth, all of that stuff. But yeah, that's kind of all the money coming in. I will say the money that I make from YouTube and sponsorships, I do not add to the live stream goal. Currently the money coming in from the apps is $49,000 total from all the apps that I've built. None of that includes sponsorship deals or ad revenue. If it did, I would have already gone way above 100K by now. But I wanted to stay true to the mission, which is being able to build an app and making money from the app. So I don't count any of my earnings into the actual overall thing. My RPM, I mean, it depends per video. This one has pretty high RPM. If we go to revenue, you can see the RPM is 874. CPM is $34.20. RPM is 874. Is that high? Yo, Tom sings. Is that high for RPM? Would you say that's high or that's low or that's middle ground? What would you say that is, Tom? I think if I made longer videos, the RPM would be higher. Like if I made a 40-minute video or, yeah, that's pretty good, bro. Okay. Yeah, cool. It depends because obviously the length of the video matters. Like if it's a short video, for example, if we look at this one, 8:44, it's only 8 minutes and 44 seconds. We made over $3,000 from this one video. But if we look at the RPM, Oh, the RPM is still pretty high, $5. It's not bad. Yeah, that's actually pretty good for an 8-minute video. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Advertisers are paying $19 for this. So basically how it works for anyone that is wondering, CPM is basically how much advertisers pay YouTube to show their ads on your video. But then RPM is the actual amount that you end up getting once you add the revenue split that YouTube gets, 45%, 55%, as well as the, some people have YouTube Premium, some people, it's a short video, they might not be shown ads. There's a lot that goes into the actual final number, but RPM is like what you take home. How much goes into the lives? What about the lives? The lives is not much at all. I like barely make any money from the live streams. I purely do the live streams for fun. But if we looked at the RPM for like maybe this one, it would be $3.32. It's interesting that you make more on the replay than on the live. It's still actually pretty high, but it's weird that advertisers pay $20 CPM and then the final RPM is only $3. How much do I spend per month? How much do you spend per month on AI tools? So I've got a $200, and I kind of want to make a YouTube video on this. But if we were to break down total costs, Vibe costs as a full-time Vibe coder. So we've got GPT, which is about 200. It's 200. Then we've got Claude, which is also 200. And then I use crazy, that should be much more higher. Yeah, I know. I feel like live streams, they don't really monetize very well. What else have I got? I've got that's kind of the main. Then I've got like, obviously you've got like Canva, which is good to, edit certain things. But then this kind of gets into like content creation. Like I got ManyChat. Oh, my handwriting looks kind of shocking. ManyChat is probably, I think ManyChat's pretty expensive. It's like $40. This lets me DM people autonomously through my Instagram, which is like a good lead gen. Do you think it's possible to make an retro game, like a PS1 game with GPT 5.6 or Fable 5 at the moment? 110%, bro. Tom Sings, bro. That's super possible. If you look at my video, like even this Kimmy K3 video, you can literally see like the level that these guys are up to. Like check out this flight simulator. This was made with one shot using Claude Fable 5. This flight simulator. Like look how good it is. It's super legit. You can see this one was made with Kimmy K3, which is way cheaper by the way. We even made like this fighting game with robots. This was made with Kimmy K3. This one was made with Fable. You can kind of see, look how like, it actually was kind of fun to play. We even made like this super cool 3D headphone set. Like, look how clean this headphone set is. How sick is this website? Fable 5 absolutely smashed this. So it's definitely possible. In fact, if you look at this video, we even cloned Clash Royale. So you can kind of see here, GPT 5.6 Soul was able to clone Clash Royale and build like its own version, which is really cool. So yeah, 110% you can build games. It's really good at building games, actually. You just need to, be able to create you need to be able to explain your vision properly. Making a full PlayStation type game, how much time it would require, you think? Whatever you think it would take, like triple it. Because it always ends up taking a lot longer than you think. But here's how I would tackle that idea. So let's say this is the start to finish, right? It doesn't just go prompt AI and then you have a game. It goes like this. You need a plan/ideate, whatever the game is that you want to build. Then you need to create PRD, which is a product requirements document. And a product requirements document is as easily as just talking to AI, kind of like how I'm talking to you. If you have Whisper Flow, hey, I want to build a game and it does blah, 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 blah. You just talk to AI for like ages, maybe a couple of minutes, like just brain dumping everything. And then you say at the end, create a PRD document. Then from the PRD document, start the build. Actually, even the PRD document can take a lot of time, maybe a couple hours. Because what you do is once Claude writes the PRD document, you almost want to copy it and paste it into ChatGPT and get the ChatGPT's output and thoughts on it. Because it's going to tackle and look at the PRD and be like, hang on a second, this looks wrong, this looks a bit weird, this looks a bit strange. And then what ChatGPT says, copy it, paste it back into Claude. Or you could do it inside of Ace autonomously. And then start the build. This is going to take ages. Then you're going to debug, which is also going to take ages. And then you're going to have to connect database plus credentials. And then you're going to have to debug again. So it's probably going to be like up here now. And then you're probably going to have new ideas as you're building, because that's just how it works. Scope creep. And then let's say finish. So that's probably the life that you're going to have to live for a little bit. So let's say ideate is probably 1 day. Realistically, maybe a few hours. This is definitely like, I'm gonna say, if you do it properly, it can take up to like 4 hours. This one, start the build, probably 1 week. Debug. And then maybe this. And this is considering you're working on it every day, by the way. This to this. You're probably looking at like another week. So all in all, maybe 2.5 weeks, you could probably get a game. And that's just super rough, just off the top of my head, how long I think. Like, I don't know what your game is or what you're trying to do, but that's what I would think, at least. Crazy. For example, I want to make a game continuation of a already existing game, but just to enjoy for myself, like not selling or stuff, as it's not possible as it is copyrighted. Oh yeah, I mean, if that's the case, then you could probably skip the database and credentials. You could probably skip that. You could probably skip the scope creep. It'll probably just be this. You could probably do it. You can probably build something for yourself within a week, I reckon. It's the fact that it's public that makes it take a little bit longer because you want it to be perfect. But if you're just building for yourself, but you also got to think, like, depending on the game, there's going to be game levels. You might need to literally build every single level. There might be new bosses that you have to fight. There might be new power-ups and stuff. All of that are things that you're not going to be able to get on the first try. You're just going to have to continue iterating as you keep building the game. So, yeah. Anyway, hope that helps, bro. Oh yeah, and you can use Claude design. I mean, it's not really good for game dev, actually. Don't worry. Root cause: the Windows second stage won't create report is the stage creation dead end I diagnosed in the 2026 716 review, and the fix for it was never merged, so every user has been running without it this whole time. Reach the Windows user. Two things stand between the fix and them. They're on the production runtime, so it needs a dev to main release. Per my earlier findings, Windows users only receive content updates if they're on a rebuilt.exe, so anyone on older Windows build will need to re-download the installer once this reaches main. But if users are on the latest Windows build, then it should auto-install, right? Confirm now makes guarded runs keep network access. So next time Codex will run the installs. What changed? Only genuinely dangerous tiers run without network, high risk classifications, moving money, destructive production operations. One honest caveat each way. Can you verify other areas that might block users from wanting to do certain things that our security disallows? Things that are quite normal when you're building an app that our security would flag and block. I joined the waitlist for Kimi Code. I really want to try K3. Love the Chinese for real. Dude, Kimi K3 is really good. A RPG, it's like a 40-hour game. Damn, bro. That's going to take a minute. Thanks, bro. All good. Tom sings. Hope it helped. If making a game, I suggest using a GDD, game design document, instead of a PRD. Ah, true. Okay. It will cover gameplay loops, systems, and many other things a standard PRD template might miss. That's good to know. GDD. Thanks for that, Nick. Let's have a look at what Claude is saying. Also, what's my usage at now? We have not really been using GPT, so that's fair, actually. What's Claude saying? So, found the root cause, fixed both, halved it. The agents had no tool to open the preview. Open AceBench inside preview, went to Lulu and Dot, who did real repo work via the dev script, but had no way to surface anything in the UI. The Ace MCP harness only exposed Ace environment, Ace team activity. Even when a run does produce a preview, the server's product preview ready event opened your app in an external browser tab, never in app doc. The doc and the preview pipeline had never been introduced to each other. In your specific run, the dev server likely also failed to start. Dot mentioned registry blocking, agents get Ace open preview a third tool on the internal loopback MCP exactly where you pointed. It launches or reuses the workspace client. Cool, merge to dev. This should allow for previews now. Anytime. Let's go back to. Let's go back to this. Now that the Garden network fix is in, let me systemically audit the rest of the safety stack for places where normal app building work gets flagged. The strongest verification is to run ACE's actual classifiers against realistic prompts, so do exactly that, then trace what each flag does to the run. Perfect. So, are we up to date? This said merge to dev, right? Ah, I haven't done that yet. Okay. Any safety judge hiccup makes the run read only, so the agent does nothing. Normal repo docs, but every run of a project into guarded mode. Describing app features in action verbs gets flagged. What I'd fix in order. Fail close to... Item 1, 2, and 4 are small high impact classifier changes in the same file I just worked in. 3 and 5 are medium, so it's its own PR. Want me to start on 1, 2, 4? Start on 1, 2, and 4, and then merge into dev. Once finished, we'll start working on 3, 5, and 6. Yo, Nick, what's your favorite game to play? I kind of want to merge so we can test the feature. But Ace, so this should merge as well. If they're on the build, the fix will auto install once we release it to production. Nothing is needed beyond the dev to main release PR. So one thing I want to do is anyone on a build that is older than that, can we create a button that they just press that auto reinstalls Ace for them with the latest build? I feel like we might have already implemented this, but I can't remember. So can you just verify? And this is going to be for both Mac and Windows. What's interesting about Conductor is you can send multiple messages where inside of Claude code, you can't. It has to be queued. Pretty interesting. Yo, how do you open up the terminal, Emilio? I remember implementing it, but I can't figure out how to open it. Where is it? Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's a bit laggy, but you can have a terminal. Oh, so there's a show app preview button there. Yo, I didn't even know this was inside of Ace. I was wondering where this was when I implemented it. I was like, where the hell is it? It's good to see that it's all inside of here. Okay. This is pretty interesting. So you can literally have your ace look like this, which is kind of cool. I think project panel and terminal can be two separate things. I think project panel and terminal should be two separate things. You can have one without the other. Like, I'm not going to want to use the terminal. Oh, that's a hard one right now. I'd say Escape from Tarkov. Latest in-game event is tough as hell by rewarding if you survive. Escape from Tarkov. Oh yeah, FPS, first person shooter. What ace have a terminal? Do you play games? Got a favorite right now? Ooh, I don't play too many games, but I've been getting into like Balatro. When I'm with my boys, we play Brawlhalla. I used to be big on Call of Duty, Black Ops 2, Modern Warfare. I played a bit of Elden Ring, but yeah. Not a huge gamer these days. Hollow Knight was probably the last game I completed. Loved Hollow Knight. I literally bought a Switch just so I could play Hollow Knight, because it felt nicer to play on a Switch than it did on PS5. What's my usage at? Fable? At 47%. Elden Ring is dope. You play Silksong? I haven't played Silksong yet. Tarkov is for gooners. I heard it's way harder than the first one though. Brawlhalla stream when? Hey, bro, Blues, I'll wreck you in Brawlhalla. Who's your main, bro? I'll wreck you. This one? Damn, you've been telling me this whole time. I've been having to press like 5 different buttons. Yo, Tom Sings, Nick, Waller. If you guys want to connect, you guys should join the Discord in the description and just talk in the. You guys can probably find each other easier there. Just a suggestion. Merge stage creation fixes. Low key main. Low key. I see. That's how I know that all you do is spam the power ups, dude. Because Loki's just got the most BS power ups. My main's probably Barraza. I use Barraza with the guns and the axe, bro. That shit slaps. We got a few merge stage creation fixes, core annotation platform guarded, Unix paths for the Windows compat scan, choose subscription or API keys on onboarding. See, look, it's forcing GStack. Your GStack configuration has proactive skills disabled, so I'm not going to run the browser QA skill without an explicit request. It's kind of annoying that it even reaches for GStack. Validated, yes, this is already implemented and shipped yesterday, and guided desktop show updates. Covered, including the old build. 2 loose ends worth knowing. Release hasn't been published yet, so it remains the newest installable build, and the feed points at it per that PR's own release notes. Publishing the release is a deliberate separate step after developer channel acceptance. Stage creation fix from earlier is still dev only, so there's nothing to build here unless you want Windows parity for the assisted path, which currently has no real audience. Want me to prepare the dev to main release PR? Yes. Actually, maybe I'll wait. Nah, I know all the combos. We have to run a 1v1. Hey, Blues. I would actually wreck you, bro. All right. We'll run up a 1v1 for sure, for sure. I'll DM you. I'm removing the obsolete layout level toggle. Should be separate buttons. You can have one without the other. That's regarding the terminal buttons. This is regarding the guarded rails. All right, let's actually look at some of these updates. All right, now I think we've fixed your thing. We've fixed this thing, I think. We fixed this. We kind of fixed this. We kind of fixed the terminal functionality a little bit. We've also fixed this. Regarding this, we also fixed. Dope. So next up, we need to fix Emilio had an issue. So let's look into this. Can we look into this issue that a user received when using Ace? Olama is working. Only available in the desktop app is kind of funny. It won't hand it off to Otis. Can you look into what happens when you connect a stage to a single model, as it seems like you only really get one connection type? It should almost always be a handoff. Can you please confirm what happens? Dope. We can restart this. Um, Sorry for mentioning. I just saying maybe really looking deeply into this for Ace. I tried it in Hermes local models and it's terrifyingly good. So I really think it would be good to add. Cogni was an open code update that dragged in Claude. Skills wrecked habit. Okay, let's check this out. Cogni. Cogni is the open source AI memory platform for agents. Give your AI agent persistent long-term memory across sessions with a self-hosted knowledge graph engine. Ooh. Yo, Emilio, you still in the chat? Do you know how much space this takes up? Cogni is the open source AI memory platform that gives AI agents persistent long-term memory across sessions. This is really cool. As a plugin for your Claude code, available as a Rust client, available as TypeScript client. It takes nothing. So does it just create memory inside of your local hardware? Emilio, have you been using it? Cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Okay. All right. Let me actually I'll add this to updates. I'll add it here to look into further. Dope. 855,000 downloads. I heard about it. It's not sending data anywhere. I'll get it. Doobie Ask AI, tell AI analysis. Yes, it's self-hosted. And remember old thing. And it also permit to make all the AI to have the same memory. That could be super handy. So it's like you tell it something on a platform, and if another AI is connected, it just remembers the conversation you have with the other AI. Bro, that's great. That's really handy. All right, yeah, let me, Dante wants me to ask AI for an explanation, so let's do that. Let me add it inside of Conductor, because it has knowledge. A user has recommended this repo and has asked me to utilize it for ACE. Do you think this would actually help ACE? Could you have a quick analysis and scan and see if implementing something like this could actually benefit ACE? Are there any cons to implementing something like this? What are the pros? Emilio, man. Always got something cool to implement. Hermes agent is stacked with this. LMAO, I've got the good trends. Bro, where do you find your stuff? Emilio, where do you hear about stuff? I'm curious. Did you just find it on like Reddit or? You have it for just 4 days and wow. All right. Shit. Demo? Alright, let's watch this demo.
Is this on? Hey, I'm Vas. I'm going to tell you about Cogni. Here's the problem. Large language models do remarkable things, but they still have massive blind spots. Ask them about your company's internal data, and they simply don't know it. That information was never public. The models were never trained on it. So the answers you get are either generic or shallow and completely missing. You could manually copy the data into the model, but that's slow, painful, and it doesn't scale. Even basic retrieval solutions often lack depth needed to truly understand complex company data. Documents refer to the same concepts across different formats and storage systems, and the model remains unaware that these connections are even existing. This is where Cogni comes in. We ingest all your data, regardless of format or structure, into our knowledge engine that learns. One that connects concepts, sources, learns from your feedback. So every question gets the right context, automatically. Now your AI has real knowledge of your business and operations. Team gets secured, meaningful access, not only to the data they actually need, while your company stays fully compliant. AI agents can interact with the knowledge engine as well, automating workflows, supporting employees, and unlocking the full value of LLMs across your organization. We are standing at the beginning of an agentic revolution, and we are excited to help you build what comes next.
Cool. All right, let's have a little look. Read the repo guides per your reference, research what Cogni actually is, and scan ACE's existing memory context architecture to see where it would or wouldn't fit. Okay, full suite running again after the fixture updates on green commit. Verify the runtime publish. Okay, we fixed the stages here. I'm looking Strang YouTube video and creepy website, and I'm really searching a lot for optimization specific solutions. This voice sounds so familiar. What WTF? He didn't look familiar, I'll tell you that. So we're kind of working on this right now. So I'll just tick it because we're kind of in the middle of it. Integrate preview window. I'll tick this. Implement auto app factory. We still need to do that. We did add the heat maps. Let's have a look at our post hog. Let's see if there's much. Oh, Kimi K3 integrated. We need to add that. Confirmed. What you drew there is not a handoff, and with the current code, it can never become one. Otis will never run in that board, no matter which connection type the edge shows. Here's exactly what happens. Trace through the code. What you get when you connect a stage to a lone agent. There are only two things you can physically drag from, and neither produces a handoff. From the stage border to Otis, what the screenshot shows, the handoff branch is on connect requires both endpoints to be inside stage rooms. Otis has no stage, so the drag falls through to the generic default and creates an unlabeled voice edge, which is normally the internal agent to output connector. Draws a line, a nice line, and nothing else. From Lulu's orb to Otis's orb, agent to agent drags always create a debate group. Also not a handoff. The reason you only really get one connection type, the handoff review debate picker only attaches to edges in, which covers exactly two cases. This is actually a proper stage output to agent equals handoff. Normalization in the code. Why it won't hand off at a runtime makes this feel like a bug. So I agree with your instinct. Want me to implement one of these? I'd go with A. Where is A? What do you mean A? So here. Okay. So A. At connect time, auto wrap the target agent in its own one agent stage with a proper stage to stage handoff edge. Or B, add at run assembly time, treat stage connected outside agents as trailing implicit stages with a handoff interaction, mirroring what the implicit orchestration path already does. Option A keeps the board honest visually. The agent visibly becomes stage 2, which fits the existing model best. Today's workaround, drag. today's workaround, drag Otis into his own stage room and connect 2 rooms with room-to-room edge. Gets a real configurable handoff. I mean, stages and single agents should be able to work together, because a stage is just a group of processes. It's just a group of agents, and you can prioritize them in the space, but a user does not need to have a stage. They can also have an agent, which then would also get a priority. So a stage might be prioritized as the first, and then a single agent might be prioritized as a second. Then a user should be able to create another stage if they wanted to as the third priority. They should all fit under the same rules. I'll check Cogni in a second, hold up. Another stage if they wanted to as a third priority. They should all fit under the same rules. However, when connecting stage to anything else, it should always be a handoff. Nothing else. Alright, what's Cogni saying? Verdict. The problem Cogni solves is real for Ace, but adopting Cogni itself would be a poor fit. I'd steal the idea, not the dependency. I scanned both Cogni and Ace's actual memory architecture before concluding this. Quick context on each side. What Cogni is: an open source Apache 2.0 AI memory platform, 86% Python. It ingests documents or code, runs LLM calls to extract entities and relationships, and stores the result as a knowledge graph plus vector embedding that agents query semantically. Default backend is Postgres with local mode can run. It requires an LLM API key for graph construction, ships an MCP server, works with Claude Code and Cursor, and a TypeScript SDK and a paid hosted cloud. It's legitimate and maturing, reportedly 70 plus production deployments and strong benchmark results as of this year. What Ace already has: a purpose-built memory layer. It stores episodic past runs, project durable facts, and procedural learned lessons. Records in a local JSON ledger per board with secret and permission language redaction. Retrieval through pros of what Cogni offers. Semantic recall is a genuine gap in Ace. Team memory currently matches on token overlap with a 0.18 threshold. A memory saying the dashboard uses a slate palette won't surface from a prompt phrased as make login match the rest of the app. Embedding based retrieval would meaningfully improve which memories reach agents. Persistent code-based understanding could cut cost and time on repeat runs. Ace's agent re-explore the repo every run. A pre-built map, okay, that would be big. The memory taxonomy validates Ace's design. Cogni's episodic semantic split is essentially what team memory already does, which suggests Ace's architecture is on the right track and mainly lacks the retrieval quality. Cons of adopting Cogni specifically. It's Python. Ace's runtime is a bundled node server shipped to end users via the runtime channel. Shipping Cogni means packaging a Python runtime plus a vector graph store on every user's machine. Remember how much work it took just to handle users without Node installed. The embedded Node shim. This is a large permanent support surface. The TS SDK doesn't remove this. The engine is Python. Cognify burns LLM API tokens. Graph construction requires API key LLM calls over the whole ingested corpus. Many Ace users are on subscription CLI auth with no API key at all. That's why onboarding got the subscription versus API key choice. This is either a per user cost you eat or a friction wall. It bypasses Ace's hardened memory security. Team memory rejects secrets and permission granting language before anything is persisted or injected, and only verified records reach prompts. The secrets vault and redaction, okay, it strains the local only privacy promise. ACE's model is local JSON, no external services. But how hard is it to build my own Cogni though, you know? Like, I feel like that would be pretty freaking challenging. Marginal value is lower than it looks for ACE's use case. LLM built graphs are fuzzy and hard to debug. Today's memory is deterministic and auditable. What I'd actually do, highest value, lowest risk, and add semantic scoring, retrieval using a small local embedding model in Node, keeps the ledger redaction, provenance, and local only model intact, replaces only the weakest part, keyword matching. This captures most of Cogni's practical benefit for ACE with none of the packaging or cost problems. So just this one thing would capture majority of Cogni's improvements. Optional power use path. Cogni ships an MCP server, and ACE already supports MCP tools. Letting users who self-host Cogni connect it through connected tools costs almost nothing and is a clean opt-in experiment, with the caveat that its recalled content should pass through the same injected context safety assessment as everything else. Don't embed Cogni into the runtime or make it a core dependency. So thank the recommender because they pointed out a real weakness. But the right move is upgrading ACE's own memory layer rather than importing a Python platform. Okay. Let's add semantic scoring. All right, bet. Let's do it. Plan mode, let's add semantic scoring. What happened? The toast comes from the bare non-zero context. Two things I ruled out. It was not ACE killing the process. User stopped the idle absolute timeout. Both suppressed this toast by design. It is not an intentional Codex error exit. Windows crash class in Codex upstream. Own desktop app has an open unanswered report of exactly this code. Okay. Decode one and common and status codes into a human message. Codex crashed before it could start. Sounds good. Let's do it. Okay, I think I'm almost out of my fable now. The optional is good idea. So I think what we need to do is we haven't really added MCP support into ACE yet. So what I should do is add MCP support, and then users can just decide whether or not to add their own MCP or not, right? So kind of like skills. So let's give this task to Fable 5. Maybe this will be one of its last tasks that I give it before we run out of usage. Oh no, we still got some usage. I want to implement MCPs into ACE, similar to how we have implemented skills through the skills library. We should also integrate MCPs. I think how we can do this is we rename skills library to the apps library. Users can open it, and then they can toggle between skills or MCPs. Help plan how we can integrate this, as MCPs are a little bit more difficult as it does require authorization sometimes. Creating an account on a third party, sometimes you need to authorize, authenticate, stuff like that. So yeah. Inside the skills library, actually, Let me make that for another one. Like that. Boom. I'm just going to add this as a thing. Get rid of these. Get rid of this. Duplicate this. Integrate a larger library / third-party add-ons. Okay, cool. We been getting more Fable usage since the switch to max only lol. Yeah, 100%. They did say they gave us 50% extra usage, right? If I remember correctly. Yeah, I'm gonna chuck some music back on. It's actually really loud. Is it loud for you guys as well? I'm gonna chuck it down a little bit. Okay, that's a bit better. Ready to start on the next batch whenever you are. 3. Repo docs with deploy sections, putting whole projects in guarded mode. 5. Board risk ratcheting forever with no decay or reset. And 6. Guarded Claude getting a sandbox shell, plus making the Gemini grok text only degradation visible. Let's now work on 3, 5, and 6. This is merged. Okay, so now it should work, what we tried to do initially. I'm assuming this has also merged to dev. Okay, cool. Okay. Can you open Ace Bench in the preview? Let's see if this works now. List of skills I want to add to the agent library. Okay, so we've got caveman to the skill library. Caveman, we got I have ADHD. Well, we were keeping what they added back in April. It was supposed to go out, but they reneged once again. Your first initial evals in tests need to be for the eligibility traits themselves, and most importantly, the range of the definitions, classification of what passes and fails. The reason why finances are the closest guarded trade secret is because the math gets insane. Stress tests, logs, I don't even know what lint is, but you might need it. Damn, you know your subject. What are you doing? IRL, lol, lol, lol. All right, I have ADHD. Probably go superpowers. Powers, skill. Yo, what are some good Claude skills or agent skills that you guys like? I'm adding a bunch to the skills library inside of Ace. So Emilio, Jmart, if you guys have any skills, anyone else, skills that you guys like, let me know. I'll add it into agent library, into skills library. We'll go security skill Claude. This is the wrong one. There was a specific one that I was looking for. I probably want to add hyperframes. I think that would be cool. Hyperframes. Caveman, the only one you've ever used. Fair enough. I'm trying to think what else. We've got the auto researcher. I really like this one, but we need to alter it. But alter it so it has the same concept of running experiments, but users can implement it into anything, whether it's experiments for UI design or UX flow or script writing, research, etc., testing, etc., not just for training LLMs. The auto research tool is really good. Sorry, I'm not really into skill. I don't know. I use the basic model LMAO. Last 3 months, I've built custom PM2 processes, custom MCP, web scrapers, literally most of the memory thing Doobie just looked up. Oh yeah, there's Agent Reach, I think. Agent Reach is really good. So what we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's try and come up with at least 10. What else have we got? Slash. There's the slash brag skill. I know on my Insta, I posted a bunch, so this would help rejig my memory a little bit. We've got. Slash grill me. Oh yeah, we got the Matt Pocock skills. We can do that. Matt Pocock skills. There are multiple skills in here. Let's add all of them. What's up? You can also make it so people can browse GitHub for skills. Yes, I want to do that as well. Yeah, bro, your YouTube shorts have too many skills. Yeah, I know. I've got so many skills. We got that one. Supervision is kind of cool. This one is everything Claude code, 5 free repos, most useful Claude skills. All right, let's have a look at this one. We've got Agent Reach, taste. Yes, we need the taste skill. Taste is a really good skill. Taste skill, Claude. That should be this one. 66,000. Yep, that's the one. What else we got? Loop library is interesting, but it's not really a skill. Let me just double check. Okay, Chrome just crashed on me. It's been doing that lately. Maybe it could be due to my agents. I don't know. Let me. Chuck music back on. Apologies. I don't know why my Chrome keeps crashing, man. Agent Reach. loop library. Oh, PX pipe is really good if you use Fable. Helps reduce token usage. And then the other one was loop library. Agent loops and an installable skill for finding, adapting, and designing repeatable agent workflows. Okay, let's do that. It does have a skill. List of skills I want to add to the skill library inside of ACE. Is GPT 5.6 Sol enough for this? Let me just verify my usage for Fable. We're at 78%. No, we are at 100% already. What do you mean? Dude, how'd we hit 100% so quick? All right, let me just get GPT 5.6 Sol extra high on this. Make sure we're inside of the right origin dev. Cool. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Caveman, I have ADHD, superpowers, hyperframes, auto researcher, agent reach, Matt Pocock skills, taste skill, PX pipe, loopy. All right, dope. Create. Yeah, true. That's a good point. I can use Claude Cowork to find out. Well, I'm out of my usage now, so I have to wait. You can make Ace search your channel and generate a list of every single Claude skill. That's not a bad idea. I don't want to like bombard the library with like heaps of skills though. I just want it to have a few curated skills and expand slowly. Like we're not looking for quantity, we're just looking for quality. Sometimes I'll make a video about a skill purely because it's trendy and everyone's talking about it. Sometimes I make a video about a skill because I've actually used it and I enjoy it. And I'm trying to avoid talking about the trendy skills and talk more about the skills that I'm actually using. Chrome is crashing because it stores hella memory. Check Task Manager, especially when you have AI running. I'm doing all this in a 2013 PC. By the way, bro, Fable is money laundering bait. Remember I told you model doesn't matter? That's funny. Money laundering bait. I love that. Money, Fable farming. We out here Fable farming right now. Okay, so we're gonna have to switch everything over to GPT 5.6 Sol. Please continue where Fable left off. So I'll run that. Now we're just gonna have to switch everything over. Okay. Please continue where Fable left off. Just gonna have to copy this actually. Claude, I'll say Claude, Fable left off. All right, we now have 100% of our Codex usage, so let's just pump that. The only thing that's a little shitty about this is sometimes I feel like you can run into errors. because Fable was kind of handling this job and now Codex is. There can be a little bit of mismatch. So inside of Ace Dev, we now have Show Terminal, and we also have Show Project Panel. Okay. Run stopped before Ace could produce a final response. Ah, we accidentally reset it, didn't we? Something went wrong. Oh, we've hit our usage limit. That's it. It's nice to know that it lets you know this time. Okay, let's swap over to Codex. We'll use 5.6 Sol as well. Maybe we'll use let's go for some cheaper models like Terra, because I want to test things. I don't want to wait. So let's go down to Terra. Let's see if this works. Wait, I'm pretty sure Conductor doesn't have like built-in memory cross sessions. So when you start a new session, it has to index the code base each time. That's what just happened to your usage LMAO. Oh. That's probably why. Yeah, 100%. Okay, let's see if Ace Bench opens. One little thing I've noticed is when I try and highlight text, you can't really see it, but it's orange highlighted on an orange text. It's kind of annoying. So let me just show that. Something small that's kind of annoying is when I try to highlight text because I want to kind of copy it and paste it somewhere else. The highlight is orange, so it blends into the chat bubble. Can we make the highlight a different color? Also, I think something neat could be a copy. If I hover over an message, whether it's from an AI model or from me, there could be a little copy button that fans out into the empty space on the left hand side or on the right hand side if it's a message from an AI agent. Looks like is it showing inside the preview? Yeah, it's not really working. The preview's still not working inside of Ace Dev. Let me just copy that. So this is for PR753. Okay. Let me run this and then let me open up PR753. Oh shit. What's it called? What did the Ace open preview? The agent calls the new Ace. Is it open preview? Home preview, in-app build preview, Ace preview, auto open. What is this PR called? Windows? No, 7.5. That's 7.5.1. 7.5.3. Open apps. Give Ace open preview. Ace open preview. Ace open preview. ace underscore ace dash open. I think it's this one. You can see here that the preview is not opening. Can you look into why? The Jiraiya of coding agents. Dante, you crack me up, bro. What's your favorite anime, Dante? You can see here that the preview is not opening. Can you look into why? We just recently implemented this preview feature, and it's also a MCP call too. However, agents are still not opening the preview when prompted. The goal is that users can see the app inside of Ace. Whether they built a new app, it auto opens in the preview window, or if a user asks to see the app, it should also open inside the preview window. Yo, I started watching last week, been rewatching all the previous lives. I'm on day 43. Can you catch me up? Is this a new thing you're working on? I've actually been working on this since day 43. However, back in day 43, you would have heard me call it duo code because you could talk to Claude and Codex inside of Ace. However, it is now called Ace because you can talk to multiple different AI agents. I do want to add Kimmy K3. Let me just look at my Codex usage real quick. I believe we're on 95% already. Jesus Christ, it runs so fast. Okay, we've split terminal and project. That's fine. Fixed stage creation. Yes, is already implemented, shipped already. So there's nothing. Okay, stage creation should work soon, Emilio. It's just in dev right now. Also, guys, if you didn't notice, we have Codex usage reset for all paid users. So if you're not using Codex right now, go ahead and start pumping out your Codex usage. Hopefully they reset it again soon because I'm going to run out of this one pretty quickly. I can already tell. Oh, that's why that directory is duocode. Like you make a project in Ace and it's in a folder called duocode. Oh, I should probably change that. They have another AI tool called Ace. What is it? Emilio, what's Discord name? Emilio's Discord name is Emilio. My local AI model just act doob as FK in Ace. I don't know why. Just acts dumb. Interesting. Yo, hard to pick, maybe Hunter x Hunter. Hunter x Hunter is goated. But Naruto, Bleach, Dragon Ball, One Piece, Demon Slayer, Gintama, Fairy Tail, bro, I love all of those animes. I've watched all of them. Since day 43, what's your favorite? My favorite right now, so I just finished Chainsaw Man, really freaking good. Naruto, obviously grew up watching it. My all-time favorite has to be One Piece, for sure. I even have a Chopper tat. Like I literally tatted Chopper on my arm because One Piece, I feel like has had such an impact on my life because I watched it growing up. You can literally see it right there. See that? Little Chopper tat. So yeah, One Piece probably my favorite. However, if we're talking new anime, Jujutsu Kaisen, JJK, definitely up there. Complete the MCP integration. Only the new planning document is untracked. No application code, commits, PRs, or installed apps were changed. That was fast. I'm probably going to have to get a review on this. Yo, that's fire, bro. Thanks, man. They refreshed my Codex usage. Also, I can't update from the app. Self-install is only available on Mac OS. I'm on a Mac, by the way. From the app, self-install is only available on Mac OS. I'm on a Mac, by the way. Wait, Bimbe, if self-install is only available on a Mac and you're on a Mac, then how is it not working? Are you talking about the app update not working or Codex update not working? Oh, that's why the directory enjoy code, like you make your project in ACE. So I need to fix that because I think that's confusing. So something that's a little confusing for people is the directory. When you make a project in ACE, it goes inside a folder called geocode. I think this is confusing for users. If they want to find it, they're not going to know to look inside geocode. Are we able to change the directory name to ACE? And if we do, we probably need to rename everything. I'll go plan mode for that. Securely download, verify, install, and reopen the update. Your login and projects stay put. Self-install is only available on Mac OS. I don't know why it says that. It's an error ACE update. Okay, weird. User got this message when updating ACE. However, they are using ACE inside of Mac, so it doesn't make any sense for them to get this message. Can you look into what might be happening? We shouldn't even mention that auto updates only happen on Mac OS because that's not even true. It works on .exes as well now for Windows. Dude, solo leveling is lit. I love solo leveling. Yo, I literally started this entire AI journey 4 months ago, binge watching solo leveling. That time I got reincarnated as a slime. Yeah, I'm a spider, so what? Blue Exorcist. Yo, I haven't seen Blue Exorcist or yeah, I'm a spider. Reincarnated as a slime is really good. Dr. Stone, I couldn't really get into it, to be honest. I got like 10 episodes in and it didn't stick. I'm a manually install though, not a problem if you're on Mac. How do I join Doobie Discord? I'm on the school about a message. You can join the Discord. It's a link in the description. And if you also want to try out ACE for yourself, guys, it's first link in the description. Check it out. Use code Doobie for 10% off. That's DUBI. Yo, Jay, super open to redesigning the settings if you want. No issues there. Where the app is misdetecting macOS or whether the message is hard-coded independently of platform. Where should ACE created projects be stored by default? Home/ACE recommended. How should Ace handle projects already stored under the old private geocode location? Keep and support. All right, we got a bunch of different jobs running at the same time right now. It's probably eating through our Codex plan. 92% already. We fly through it. We in the vibe chat. Let's go. Yo, like up the stream if you haven't already, man. We got 40 people in here. Oh, we have 40 likes actually. I was gonna say we only had like 20 likes, but I looked and we got 40 likes. Damn, you guys must be enjoying the stream. I'm glad. I've noticed when I play music, I get more likes. Like, you guys don't want to hear my voice or something? Bruh, I bought Ace before all the promos. Yo, Bimbe, if you want to repurchase Ace, I will send you a discount code. Since you were one of the first users, I'm open to giving you a discount code because you were like the third user to ever purchase Ace. So like, I do feel like it is a little unfair. So if you want it, just let me know. Yo, Bimbe, how come you want to manually install rather than let Ace automatically install it? What's your reasoning for that? I'm just kind of curious. More feedback? Okay, interesting. So, okay, this is my local AI. Not that smart, but in Ace, they are like really dumb and I don't know why. Interesting. No, and I know, and you, okay, let me look into why the agent is dumber inside of Ace. User is having an issue where their local model inside of Ace is extremely dumb. This leads me to believe that there are issues with the Ace harness itself. I manually installed because auto update didn't work. It was that error, it didn't let me update. Okay, good to know. I built a landing page for the website. User has mentioned that outside of Ace, it can quite easily handle very simple tasks like the ones he is asking it inside of Ace. Repetition, not doing the job properly, a lot of issues and errors. Okay, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 different instances at the moment. Okay. What else can we work on? I just really want the preview tab to work. The install failure was environmental, not project code. 2 workspaces raced on npm's shared cache and 1 renamed failed with exist. I'm retrying with an isolated temporary npm cache, which removes a cross-workspace collision without changing the lock file or source. What's where's GPT's other models rank? Because they got Soul here, but I want to know where Terra ranks. They should also have Thingo in here. Kimmy. You want more bugs? Of course I want more bugs. Emilio, the more bugs you can find me, the better, bro. It'll help me improve Ace. I feel like GPT is almost slower when I run multiple instances. Like, we're probably going to be on 75% by the time they're all done. We're already at 88%. Create a small, create a short 1-page PDF document explaining Ace Bench and what it is. Create one visual graphic to accompany it inside of that 1-page PDF document. I just want to see how it handles documentation. Like, let's see. Have you used Inkling yet? It seems pretty cool. What's Inkling? The random one? The randomed one. What is Inkling? Please explain. More bugs on Discord. Oh, bro. True. That's actually funny as. Yo, that's funny. Stages can overlap. That's actually funny as. Yo, why is my computer having a fart right now? Inkling is a new open weight model. My laptop started glitching out when I full screened this. Is that like a Discord thing? You guys remember when Discord did that thing where it auto played their update video like over and over again in the background for every Discord user? So they got a shit ton of views on YouTube. That was kind of funny. Dude, what's going on? I think I need to close my Discord. Either that or using Ace right now is really messing something up. Yeah, weird. Discord was like lagging my PC out. It still kind of is. Let me close a couple things. Maybe I'll hold off on the additional agents for the time being. I just think I got too many running. You can add features inside of the Ace feedback tab as well. That's perfectly fine. Bimbe. That would actually be great. Oh, it's good to have you on Discord, Bimbe. I feel like I'm really going to be able to see a lot of the things that you talk about now. Hey bro, nice mustache. I am at pretty much the same revenue as you. Thanks, FSD driver. Appreciate it. My prized possession right here is my mustache. Dude, I have a feeling that my computer is having a fart right now because of the amount of agent instances that we have running. So let me let Lunaterra go. But something seems to be broken regarding the image generation. I'll let these run because I really want to see that output. More bugs on Discord. I'm doing bad to Ace. Bro's breaking Ace. Yo, what time do you start work, Emilio, the next day? How much sleep do you get, bro? Alright, I'll let that go. Yo, is the stream alright? My laptop's telling me the stream's not doing that well. I might actually have to, I really don't want to, but I will. Alright. I'm gonna quit Ace Bench. I wonder if that's causing it. I think it's got something to do with me having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 AI instances right now. Stream lagging. Dude, it's saying my Google Chrome quit unexpectedly. But my Chrome didn't even quit. This is a weird thing. Hold up. Why this always gotta happen to me, mate? Why this always gotta happen to me? Just let me enjoy myself, man. Let me live stream, man. Let me live stream. I'm gonna close. I'll close and reopen. Let me just close and reopen everything. Alright, we're good now. Dude, how much freaking RAM does Chrome need, bro? I mean, Conductor is lagging like crazy. I actually think Conductor recently has been lagging the shit out of my laptop. Like, if we go to force quit, we got Whisper Flow. Notes doesn't really do anything, but we can get rid of it. Google Chrome. Force quit it and then reopen it. Okay, let's try this now. It's definitely Conductor. Conductor, when I have like a bunch of AI instances at the same time, it just has a fat fart. Like, I gotta be kind of careful. It's like the combination of live streaming plus Conductor. I don't know. Maybe my laptop's just old, man. I've only had this for 2 years though. Like, it should be fine. Opening up Chrome again. Let me try. To be fair, Olama is open. What else have we got? That's kind of the main one. Chrome is terrible. What's a browser you guys recommend? Like, if I was to not use Chrome, what would be the alternative exactly? We seem to be all right now. All right, cool. Helium browser, Brave. Okay. It's honestly looking like I'm going to have to switch. You dodged my question again. Doobie as a beginner. I know VS Code, all AI like Kimi, Claude, etc. What is the process of integrating all this for Vibecoding? I mean, I don't fully understand the question. Doobie as a beginner. I know VS Code. You know VS Code. All AI. Dude, your question doesn't even make sense, bro. Can you like restructure it? Unless you want to nerf yourself with another browser. I've heard that there's a lot of other really good browsers out there. I heard Zen is really good. A lot of people have talked about Zen. I just have everything inside of Chrome, so it's a bit of an annoying to switch. Ace currently gives Olama no coding tools, then accepts its pros as completed work without tools, but immediately produce the correct call when offered one. Recommendation A. Oh, that's why, guys, that's why my computer was having a fart. It's because it was using Olama. It was because it was using Olama to test. So my whole computer just started lagging because Olama was using up all the RAM. There you go. Makes sense now. Still pretty laggy, but it's way better. Because the runtime policy capability profile runner and their tests must agree, AI implement the complete 6-file fix recommended. Add workspace bounded read-write tools, a multi-turn Olama agent loop, policy enforcement, honest capability reporting, traversal protection, and regression tests. The cost is a slightly larger but coherent change. Split the fix, completeness, add tools to the runner now, and update policy capability reporting later. File creation may work, but routing and prompts could still incorrectly describe local agents as text only. Tested and failed here. It loaded unrelated tools, lost the task, and created nothing. I might just leave this. Wait, and we'll work on it off stream. We got the MCP apps library review here. So copy this, go back in here, paste it in. I mean, I know above tools now how many other tools are required to start vibe coding. Like people use Obsidian, OpenRouter, API keys, local LM, Olama, or Quen as you are using, how to keep track of tokens, how to start my knowledge. Sia Bimbe is cluttered. Honestly, Rahul, I think you're just overthinking it. And I think you are just like kind of, you're stopping yourself from starting. Like the best way to start is to just start. You don't need anything other than one AI model. Just pick one, Codex or Claude. You can't really do anything for free at the moment. You have to pay. So if you can't afford it, then, go work, save up some money and then pay. Because, you need to pay money to learn these tools. It cost me a lot of money to get started. I was using Replit, and they were charging me like $50 to $300 a day using Replit, and I was burning through cash. But I look back and I learnt so much, and it gave me a really solid foundation of how AI works and how to prompt it. Now, I'm not saying you need to do the same, but you should at least have a little bit of money to burn to learn these things, because you're going to make a lot of mistakes. Claude, for example, having the max plan really gives you flexibility with being able to build a lot of different things, test a lot of different things. Codex as well. So yeah, I mean, the pro plan, it's not really enough to build what you need to build. You kind of need at least the $100 or $200 plan. Like it is what it is. You can look into the third-party models like Kimi K3, which are also really good and cheaper. But yeah, I would recommend just getting started, man. Stop looking at the tutorials. Obviously, the level that I'm at is going to be different to the level that you're at. So don't be looking at me talking about all these different tools thinking that you're behind or that you need to learn them. This is just my workflow and how I like to work after 82 days of nonstop vibe coding. Like if you're on day one, your task should just be, what is something really basic and simple I can build? Maybe it's a to-do list app. Maybe it's like you want an app that tracks your calories. Maybe you want an app that is able to calculate how long it takes you to go to work based on traffic. Maybe you want to build something super simple that can help you. Maybe you want to build an app that reads your emails for you and drafts replies. Learn how to build that one tiny thing using one AI model and then expand. Don't go straight into the deep end and be like, yo, how do I build this? I need to get this. A fart tracker? Exactly. You know, I need conductor, I need skills, I need MCPs, I need to use a local LLM, and I need to connect it to Quen, and I need Obsidian to track my data and have a second brain, and then I need to do graphs because graphs are important right now, and I need to do loop engineering and loop the Fable with the freaking local model, then local model loops into Codex. Like, bro, it ain't that deep, bro. Just build with one AI model. You can get everything you want out of that one model. The only reason we do all this extra shit is because we're fancy motherfuckers, man. That's the only reason we build these extra shit, because we just want to be fancy motherfuckers. We're all these posh motherfuckers with these fancy ass tools, bro. You can just use a basic ass like AI model, whether it's Claude or ChatGPT or Gemini, Kimi K3, Grok. The world is your oyster, bro. Grok is really cheap right now, so if you're low on a budget, Grok and Kimi K3 is probably where I'd look. If you have a little bit more money, then GPT 5.6 Soul and Claude Fable are the best models. But honestly, I would recommend, if you're new, to starting with a cheaper model, because Fable and GPT 5.6 Soul are so good that you don't really need to know that much. So if you start with a cheaper model, you're going to learn a lot more, because they're not going to be able to do everything perfectly. So you're going to have to debug, you're going to have to do all these extra things. And then you're going to have that knowledge base that when you use Fable and GPT 5.6, you're going to see the difference. You're going to be like, damn, this is night and day. So I almost wouldn't recommend as a beginner jumping onto Fable and GPT. One, because it's so freaking expensive. So if you make mistakes, which you will, you're just burning money. But yeah, I hope that helps, Rahul. There's a bit of a long ass rant over there, but just trying to help my boy Rahul out, y'all. Gamified poop tracker dashboard, bro. What if you built an app where you take a photo of your shit and it tells you how healthy you are? Boom. Hey, that's actually low-key a banging idea. I like GPT more than, and then imagine your app goes viral because it's actually really useful, and then people just have photos on photos and photos of shit in their gallery on their phone. They just have user photos of their poop. That's so funny. I like GPT more than Claude. The image generation makes the web design so much better. It's a good take. I mean, it's interesting because GPT has image design, but Claude has Claude design. So, yeah. Dante cracking up over that. What are Claude skills and automation? Please explain if I am not bothering you. And thanks for the previous explanation. Actually, I was working on an Android app with the help of Kimi K 2.6. Dude, use Kimi K3. It's really good now. Claude skills. Claude is really good at marketing. And they've done a really good job of making everyone think it's Claude skills. But skills are just text files, and they work on any AI agent. Whether you're using Codex or Kimi or Grok, they all can utilize the same skills. So skills basically give your AI agent a set of instructions on how to do a certain thing. Picture it like a really long prompt that's super detailed. So if you, for example, maybe you find out a way to generate images the way that you want, you can create a skill, and you never need to prompt the AI that specific way again, because you just say, hey, can you use this skill so I can get the images like last time? That's a skill. What was the other thing? I wanted to know what tool is for what. I mean, it depends. You can do everything inside of a single tool, whether it's Claude Code or Conductor. I recommend using Claude Design for building out features. It helps you. You need a Claude subscription. Although I've heard Open Design is also pretty good as an alternative. Claude Design is underwhelming, to be honest, and eats tokens. I feel like you're not using it properly. I love Claude Design. Claude Design is honestly one of my favorite features to come out of Claude. It helps me visualize my app, and I feel like I wouldn't have gotten this far without Claude Design. Being able to ask it, hey, can you create this feature, and can you create 5 alternatives as to how it can be implemented into my app? You literally get to see that feature in so many different ways that you have an idea in your head, like what the best method is. It's really helpful. Dante cracking up on Discord also. I don't want to open Discord. My PC crashed when I did that last time. Man, all these, see how long these models run for? 33 minutes. $34 minutes. And I just think it's because my code base is so big. 39 minutes. 42 minutes. 46 minutes. Maybe I should get Cogni just for my personal use outside of Ace as well. Merge cleanly into dev. Okay, this is regarding skills. No, this is regarding this specific issue. Okay. Man, GPT Soul writes so much freaking code. It's crazy. Like, look at that. 12,000 lines of code on this one. Like, 11,500 lines of code is ridiculous. All right, let's chuck the music back on. I think it should be safe to open up Ace Dev again. What's the auto open preview saying? So what's the issue here? I'll trace the preview request from the agent facing MCP call through the server. The screenshot narrows this down. Both agents report that the preview MCP action succeeded, but Ace never transitioned from the collaboration canvas to the embedded preview. That points to a missing or dropped UI event after the MCP call. Rather than the app server being unavailable, I'm now checking the implementation catch crunch branch delta to find where that event is lost. The server to client handler does contain the intended call, so the symptom is not explained by the doc component itself. I'm checking 2 likely gaps now, whether the agent's MCP registration is attached. I'm using the repository's investigate workflow for this debugging pass. Isolate layer while the real interaction still fails. There is now a strong deployment level lead. The complete preview implementation is present only in commit on the feature branch. While the installed Ace apps load runtime bundles published from dev or main, I'm verifying whether that commit ever reached either runtime tag. The root cause hypothesis. The package runtime never starts the Ace MCP HTTP endpoint and calls, but the production entry used by Ace Dev omits both. That leaves, so agents get no preview tool and fall back to starting or probing localhost themselves. The hypothesis is confirmed. The running Ace Dev returns next.js 404. A correctly wired endpoint would return MCP JSON. In this authenticated probe, the preview server at localhost was started directly by the agents, not by Ace. So no project preview ready event was ever broadcasted to open the doc. I'm restricting edits for this fix. The regression test failed before the batch on both required behaviors. Then the production entry was fixed in 3 places. The code tests pass, but the full verification exposed an environment issue. The workspace's existing node modules is incomplete, with ESLint and TSX missing. Dependency installation is still running and has only emitted deprecation warnings from existing transitive. There you go. The machine is under heavy parallel workspace load. The install is slow because the isolated cache must download the full electron. It's at roughly 12 minutes and remains active. The install is demonstrably processing, has grown to 311 megabytes to 983 megabytes. And NPM has received about 154 megabytes over the network. A protected probe race expected the authorized preview to be invalidated before reuse. Test file passed all 19 runnable cases. The generated bundle itself is correct. The root cause is confirmed. The packaged ACE runtime was not wiring ACE/MTP into its production server entry point, even though the development server did. I've added that wiring plus a regression test, and the runtime build now includes the MCP handler. Now returns the expected MCP response instead of next.js HTML. Remains healthy. That confirms the production server is actually intercepting. I'm doing the final clean test run now with the expensive build already passing. Cool. Dope. Yo, Google Gemini Pro, how we doing? And how do you keep track of your tokens in a single app? Do you use single AI model or multi-model AI for your project? And why people use Obsidian and Graphify? Sorry if I'm asking too much, I trust you. You can review your token spend just from the respective apps. I'm not too bothered by the token spend just because I got the $200 plan for both. I can kind of just code to my heart's content and not have to worry. One more thing, how do you write an excellent prompt? Or do you write your own, or you take help AI in making it good, which can be used in one go? I would say, hey, cheers Dante, sent me a jewel. I have no idea what that even is, to be honest, but that's kind of cool. Rahul, the AI models are so good nowadays that the prompt doesn't really matter that much. You just need to be able to explain everything properly. So I like to use an app like Whisperflow, as you can see down here. When I talk, everything gets pasted into the chat box like that, really easy. So this lets me talk for like 30 seconds to a minute for each prompt, and I'll just ramble and explain everything that I want. And the AI agent just is smart enough to pick out the pieces and clean up my rambling into what I actually want. Does that make sense? So you no longer need to like prompt engineer or perfect that prompt. You can just like literally just ramble and the AI will figure it out. You feel me? Ace Dev is open. The plan remains the only workspace change. This was regarding a bunch of issues. Major corrections include the plan remains the only workspace change. No build will run because this is markdown only. Okay, let's give it another review. Google Gemini Pro, are you like a a huge Gemini Pro fan, or? What about Conductor alternative for Windows? I mean, what do other people use? I'm kind of using Conductor all the time. But you don't need to use something like Conductor. You can use, I mean, you've got Warp, which is open source now. You can use on Windows. You've got Claude Code, GPT. Am I a supporter of Google? Why, you're not a fan? I think their AI models suck. It was good for a little bit. I think they're bound to make a release soon because Nano Banana's a bit outdated. VO3 is a little bit outdated. I think they're gonna release something soon because they're hella behind. Also, like up the stream if you haven't already, man. I know a lot of lurkers in here right now. Hit that like button, man. Let's log into Ace. So I added post hog yesterday. So let's see if it actually works. Now it doesn't track everyone. Oh, this is cool. But I heard, because you have to accept and press yes. But it does track a few people. So last 7 days maybe. So we've had 46 page views, 25 visitors, 26 sessions. And post hog is really cool because I can see like recordings of how people are going through the website. So check this out. I can go to Ace Landing. Source by channel. So I can see all the different places that people are searching. We've got 3 people in Australia, 2 people in India, 1 Nigeria, 4 United States, Canada, Brazil, Peru, Morocco, Spain, Portugal. Bro, who the hell in Spain's looking at Ace at this time? You guys just won the World Cup. Go celebrate. France, Poland, Norway. So now what I can do is I can literally click on this and I should be able to view recordings. So check this out. I can watch you on the stream on my app. So this guy used Ace through the mobile device. It's kind of funny. This guy was on here for ages. 7 minutes. Damn. Wait, what? Is he stuck? No, he's not. Okay. Weird. Okay. Is that France is me? That's dope. So this is really handy now because we can literally see if people are getting stuck. This guy, he's literally going through the entire, this is a guy from Brazil going through my entire app, skipping inactivity. And then he dropped off, he's back. So yeah, honestly, this looks like bot activity. Who the hell that was? 26 minutes ago. some lurker. All right, let's have a look at this guy. He was on my, also on mobile. A lot of mobile people. So isn't this crazy that I can literally see everyone or anyone that accepts? You have to press the accept button, but you can literally download all this stuff. It's pretty cool. It makes sense now. A lot of people going to the download page. Maybe it's worth having a buy button in the download page. Got this guy from Peru checking us out. Man, people scroll funny. Like, people scroll so differently to me. It's kind of funny. This is my favorite thing to do, LMAO. See ya, Rahul. I spend every morning doing this at work. It's so fun to watch. Hey, I love it. Okay, so do we have product analytics? We have web analytics. Session duration, 8% bounce rate. That's pretty low. We had 6 on mobile, 18 on desktop. Source by channel. So what is referral? What does referring domain mean? Referring domain, build with A. So I need to be able to create, yo, Jmart, do you know how to create tracking links on PostHog? Because I want to add tracking links to my YouTube videos. Doobie, I'm going to tell you so you can prepare, but you may already have been. Those may or may not be AI agents coming to clone or copy. Yeah, true. They looked so bot heavy, hey. No, but this filters out bot activity. It specifically mentions that bot activity is filtered out. So Google came out with Kimi with 3.5 flash light and 3.6 flash. Hey, what model you use for what? Also, have you tried using Kimi for coding? Kimi for coding is great. Kimi K3 specifically. I might need to look into. I'll just ask the AI. Where do I press analytics? So I can ask conversion drop off across the pirate metrics. Check retention. Find popular pages. See top referrers. Okay, so let me just ask. I want to be able to create tracking links so that I can verify where my audience is coming from. As a YouTuber, I make videos and I want to see which videos bring in the most users and clicks to the website. So can you guide me to how I am going to create tracking links? Yeah, if you have an app and you're not using PostHog, it's honestly huge. I wish I started using this earlier. Okay. How UTM tracking links work. Great question, Doobie. The way to do this PostHog is, dude, can freaking stop opening AceDev, bro. Leave me alone. With UTM parameters. These are tags you append to your website link that Post.Hog automatically captures and stores. Here's a full guide. Use Google's free campaign URL, how to build your tracking links. It's just a form that generates the full URL for you, no code needed. For example, for a video title, My June Review. Put this link in your YouTube video description. How to analyze it in Post.Hog. Tips for YouTube specifically. Use a unique UTM campaign value per video. So you're not able to tell where the users were prior to entering my website? Yeah, I want to use link shorteners there because they're always so long. Remember, no UTM links needed for that part. Here's what it tracks out of the box. Someone clicks a link in your YouTube video description or record youtube.com as the referring domain. You can already go to insights and break down page views. Refer data tells you which platform sent someone, but not which specific video. Alright, let's do some UTM links. Alright. Can we generate some UTM links? Do I have to use Google or can I go through Post.Hog? Oh, nice. It does it for me. What is the destination URL you want to track? Oh, nice. This is perfect. So build with ace.ai. Next. List the YouTube videos you want tracking links for. Use commas to separate them. Okay. So I'll say live streams. And then I'll say, we got a bunch recently that did really well. So I will say, we've got 85,000 Claude skills. GPT 5.6 versus Claude Fable. So then I'll say popular Claude skill, popular skills, and then GPT versus Claude. Then I'll say school, and then another one. What else could I add? I do live streams, popular skills, GPT versus Claude video, and then we've got my school community. We've also got my Discord. All right, peace out, Emilio. Have a good one. All right, live streams, popular skills, GPT versus Claude, school, Discord. Maybe we got school, Discord, and then email as well. Where in the video will you place a link? A video description. Do you want to track an additional content detail per link? Yes, add UTM content. Add an extra tag like a CTA button name or section label. Explain what you'd like instead. No, keep it simple. Cool. So now Post.Hog is literally generating them for me. That's so cool. Here are the UTM tracking links. Let's go. Okay, nice. These are a little bit long. Are we able to use link shorteners? This is sick. So now I can track where people are coming from. Yes, absolutely. And the good news is the UTM parameters are fully preserved through link shorteners. When a user clicks a shortened link, they get redirected to the full URL, including all the UTM tags. So Postdoc captures everything correctly. Most popular has click analytics built in too. Simple and free, no account needed. All right, let's try this. The thing is, it looks like a different domain, short.io. Let's try it. If I was to do this one. Now I gotta create a free account. Maybe I just use Bitly. Bitly's like super, I think Twitter uses Bitly. Peace out. Are you using Kimi? Not at the moment, but I have used Kimi. It's really good. Okay, so Bitly, tiny URL just lets you do it without having an account. So, copy. Ace. Must be at least. Shorten link. tinyurl.com. Okay. Hang on a second. What do you guys reckon? Do you think it's better to use a shortened link over like a big link like this? I'll say build with Ace. And then I'll use the same one again. Specifically for live streams. Ah, with Cloudflare, true. Do it with Cloudflare. So you can use your own domain. That's a good idea. Cloudflare doesn't have a built-in link shortener, but you can build one using Cloudflare workers. Their serverless platform. There are two approaches depending on how technical you want to get. What your links would look like. For a YouTuber, bulk redirects is the fastest path, no code required. Want help mapping out all your links for that? Yes. In your Cloudflare dashboard, go to home, bulk redirects, create a redirect list, add entries like repeat for each video. This gives you clean links that redirect to your full UTM URLs. Table you can use directly in Cloudflare bulk. Go to Cloudflare dashboard, account, home, bulk redirects. Okay. Perfect. Logging in. This is great. You can just do things. Go to account home. Cloudflare dashboard, account home, bulk redirects. Account home. Bulk redirects. Create bulk redirect list. Create a new bulk redirect list. Add each row from table above as a redirect entry. name, I'll call this post hog tracking links, and then it'll be a few YouTube vids plus school plus Discord plus live stream. Only lowercase. Oh, I'll just say post hog. A list with that name already exists for this account. The helly. If I go cancel, right here, edit, source URL, add URLs, upload a .csv file, or manually CSV. Write them in CSV format. I need to download. Cloudflare stealing everyone's data, bro. Everyone's stealing everyone's data, bro. Okay, so I copy this, chug it into Sheets. Open a new sheet. Paste this like this. Can I just paste? No. Alright. 301. Alright, I'll just do this. Whatever. Source. Target. Target. Source. 301 it said. 301 permanent. Okay. Add. Build with Ace. Add. Build with Ace. For anyone wondering, I'm currently adding links to help better track where my audience is coming from or where my users are coming from. This will help me understand if something does really well, then I can double down on that. This is kind of a good way to scale. Save. Done. So now I can add this into my things. So live streams, I can start adding them to my Nightbot. Inside integrations. Inside timers, I can edit this. I don't even know if this works, so this is going to help me understand. Does build with ace.ai live streams work? Then I can see. I can change the link in my description. Holy, Claude Code just shipped an iOS simulator built into the app. You serious? Of course, my freaking Chrome crashes when you say that. Claude Code on desktop now works with the iOS simulator. Build and run iOS apps and the simulator open in a panel right next to your conversation. Available today in public beta. That's pretty cool. This will help when it comes to learning how to test it. Claude can see the app as it runs, interacts with it, and iterate until finished. Tap through the simulator yourself at any time. Dope. That's cool. Can I get a reset for this too? Lol. TLDR, an open AI model during evaluation on a cyber benchmark exploited a public zero-day bug, escaped sandboxing and OpenAI's infra, and got into the internal Hugging Face infra via an exploit through a public dataset service, all in the attempt to solve a benchmark problem. Interesting. That's pretty cool. Register as link in chat. HTTPS. No, it registers. Oh, wait. Because are you saying my link isn't? I didn't verify. Wait, what? It says 404, this page could not be found. Oh, I need to save and exit. Save and exit. Why is it inactive? If a rule is active, it means that it is being used in filter expression and cannot be deleted. So let me give this a refresh. Getting 404 of this page could not be found. Let me see if the original link even works. So for example, this one. Did this even work? Yeah, this works. But Cloudflare's isn't working. Maybe it takes a second. Let me just edit. User. How'd you go from a Replit beginner to where you are today, man? So much depth in all these tools now. How do you have such high production quality in videos? There's a lot of questions in there, bro. I don't know. I guess I'm a learner, you know? I'm here to learn. A lot of people tell you that you can't do it and that you're shit at what you're doing. You just got to ignore all that shit and just persevere. And now here I am. And I just like, you can see I'm going back and forth a lot because I don't know what I'm doing. So I just ask AI. Like, you can really just do anything. Okay. Let me just ask bulk redirects. I recently just added a bunch of bulk redirects. However, the page is giving me 404 could not be found when clicking. Any ideas as to why? My message could not be sent. Good thing I have Whisperflow, saves everything. Also, I hired a developer. I am Naman Gupta. I mean, not a developer, an editor. So the editor makes one video a week. I make one video a week. And then that helps us make like roughly 2 videos every 10 days-ish because the editor's a little bit slower. It's like 1 video every 5 days, I guess. The user is experiencing forfeit when clicking on bulk redirects they recently added. This is a common issue with bulk redirects on Cloudflare. Let me think about the possible causes. There can be a propagation delay. Might not be attached to a rule. The URL match pattern might be incorrect. The redirects might be in the list but not active. So I added them. Into Cloudflare. Once live, drop the short links in your YouTube video. No, enable the list and you're done. Let's see. Chucking music back on. It's because the list isn't active. I know, but it didn't give me a method to activate it. Oh, so then I got to create a redirect rule. The rule set rule is disabled. The redirect list exists, but no rule set rule is enabled. Okay. The most common reason bulk redirects return a 404 is that the redirect list was created, but the actual redirect rule that references the list was not deployed. The rule expression matches the request you want to redirect. Okay, under redirect rules, okay, rules, select a domain to continue. So I've got a, so now we need to create a bulk rule name. I'll just call this post hog. Save and deploy. Oh, okay, here we go. Now it's active. All right. God damn it, man. Why they got to do that? Like, just, like, why? I guess it's so you can manage multiple, but domain hosting is, websites are always so freaking confusing, man. All right. Looks like that's all sorted now. So this should work. Good thing I tested it. Man, imagine if I didn't test it. Boom. Okay, it's working now. Perfect. So these are the tracking links. Nightbot didn't work by the looks of it. Inside timers, I can edit it. Boom. Actually, even this, if I go here, I should find the whole HTTPS. So it should look like that. Just confirm one more time that this works. All right, cool. And we're locked and loaded. Boom. All right, we sorted, baby. That is how you add tracking links to your app. Let's go. If you've ever been curious, now you know. Now let's go ahead and add all of them. So we got one, which is popular skills. So let's just go ahead and chuck that in right there. So I've got to manage videos now. Every time I open a tab, I'm scared that my Chrome is just going to crash. So now I can move this into this. Let's freaking go, man. This video is performing really well, by the way. We're getting like 5,000 views a day. Just crazy, crazy numbers on this video. We got the GPT 5.6 video as well. It's doing all right. Not as good as the other one. So now we got the build with GPT, still getting like 1,000 views a day, I'd say. Maybe every 48 hours. Man, I really wish I had these tracking links when I first started, but hey, better late than never. All right, now we got the build with school. I'm really curious to know how much of an impact my school community has, because I've noticed that it is at the very top of my school. So when people come in, the first thing they see is my app is officially live. And so this is kind of cool. If I change this link, I'll be able to see I messed up with the tracking link again. I gotta add the HTTP at the end. There we go, save. So now this will let me know, is school actually having an impact? Check it out, it's completely free, guys. We're close to 1,000 members soon. It is invite, but I just accept everyone. All right, what else we got? We got the Discord. Now, it might be worth just honestly keeping all of these somewhere. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we got the live streams. We've got the popular skills. We've got the GPT versus Claude. Build with school. We already got that. Discord. And then we got email. I'll probably send an email out soon. This will be good to see who actually clicks. And where do I even put this thing? I don't even have a place. I guess Canva, we can create one. And Claude crashed again. Of course it did. All right, you know what? Maybe let's just keep it in notes. I'll just open up a note. Ace tracking links. So I got a bunch now. Probably better if they don't have thingos. All right, cool. Boom. Now we have Ace tracking links. Let's open up Chrome again. Restore all my tabs. God damn it. I'm hoping there's like an update, man. Like this shouldn't be happening. Dibby, if you want results, must do volume and observe and optimize, and you just did that with the links. Nice works. Thanks, bro. All right, so we got link tracking now, which is cool. All right, all links are configured and added in their respective places. Can you confirm and verify that everything works? And also, if I was to see the clicks coming from these links, where do I go? This is a huge upgrade. This is really going to tell me where most of my users are coming from. Because right now, I don't know. I don't know if they're coming from my live streams. I don't know if they're coming from my YouTube videos. I don't know if they're coming from the school community, from the Discord, from my email campaigns. Like, I don't really know. Create an insight. All right, so we got 4 from live stream, which is just my personal testing. Maybe one of you guys pressed it. The insight above shows 4 clicks today from live stream. This insight, the chart above is now saved, and you can see YouTube insights. Boom. Let's go. This wants to freaking load. Any day now, mate. Are my Codex instances still going? No, they're good now. We got so fixated by Codex usage. We're at 66%. Holy shit, 24 issues. This is probably the most issues I've seen in a review before. I just got Codex to review its own code and it found 24 issues. That's the most I've ever seen. It's usually like 10 to 5. Users got this message when updating fixed. Ace runtime is built once on Ubuntu. TurboPack folded. Build and remove the fix. Merge to dev. Fix preview MCP. Fix and publish to Ace dev. The preview MCP endpoint was wired onto the development server. Installed Ace uses the production entry point. Okay. Another thing. You need to research marketing if you really want to do numbers. Bro, I used to run a marketing agency for crypto companies who want to grow from 0 to 10,000 followers. I watch a lot of Alex Hormozy. I've already read all 3 of his books. But yeah, it's just a different style of marketing for me because I'm used to organic. I'm used to specifically generating hype and FOMO. But like marketing an app, it's a completely different marketing space. But I would say my background is marketing. All right. So we got this. Take a screenshot of here. This message was sent prior to the update. However, I just also want to make sure that when documents are created, they are also popping up inside of the preview and users can preview the document as well. Let's see if this works now. Ace Bench in preview. How much do you need to start vibe coding? I'm gonna say minimum $100 a month. Pay for 1 subscription and get your hands dirty. Everything else, all the tools to get started are kind of free for your first like couple hundred users. Something small that's kind of annoying. Oh, nice. It's changed now to a green text. Entry point, add a dev start script or index, then I can preview it. Cool, we can remove this. Run stages and standalones. Please continue with call left. Okay. Merge and publish to the developer channel. Implement and ship semantic team scoring to the developer channel. See, I don't like that it's not letting me review. Please review the feature implementation for any issues. list your findings for me to send back to the agent if there are any. The Windows CLI crash fix is complete. Merged into dev. Alright, I'm just going to get rid of that. Release promote. The Pure is merged and you've been switched to a new branch. Please continue where Claude left off. Okay. This was fixed DNS access. Add curated 34 focused skill tests. Merged, implemented, merged, published, and verified in Ace Dev. Okay. Cool. So now if I open up skills, I got auto researcher. I got a bunch of different skills here. Nice. I tried opening Ace Bench in preview, but it has no runnable app entry point. Okay. Still streaming. That's amazing. Appreciate you, IT Web Dev. It's because I've got so much love and support from you guys today. I'm like, damn, I want to keep streaming, man. All right. Regarding auto preview, this is a separate missing path. It's also worth mentioning. Also, I just asked the AI agents, ran the test, open Ace Bench in preview, and you can see it did not work again. It's worth noting that this is a linked GitHub repo. So the project was already pre-existed before Ace, and I'm looking to work on it inside of Ace. So I think because it was not built from scratch through Ace, we're having this issue. Can you please verify and review? I wish you would stream every day, but I understand the mental and physical toll that can take on one. Less of the mental and physical toll, it's more actually because I have so many moving parts in my business. Like, I need time to make the videos, I need time to make the short form content, which I post every day. Like, there's so many different things that I do. And so live streaming, honestly is my favorite thing. Like, I wish I could live stream every day. But because I'm doing short form content, I'm making a video once every 5 days. I'm also live streaming 2 to 3 times a week. It's kind of tricky to like balance everything, Maybe when the team gets bigger, I can start live streaming more, but yeah, it's tricky. What up, Dank Bino? Can you explain what I do? I mean, I built this app called Ace, and I have this app on sale. So there's a first link in the description. And people want to use it they can pay for it. If they don't, that's perfectly fine. But this is what I do. I just build apps and then I sell them. So MCPs weren't working inside of Ace for some reason. Yo, shout out Scott. We just got a sale for Ace. Appreciate you. Let's go. I gotta have a button here that I can press. Wow, I pray that you grow more than just 38K. Bro, we aiming for 100K this year. Do you guys reckon it's possible? Do you guys reckon I could hit 100,000 subscribers this year? Like, I'm literally balls to the walls, like going hard. Surely I can hit 100,000 subscribers if I lock in. How do you sell the apps? First link in the description, have a look. We got a landing page, everything. We use Stripe. Review. So currently, We are at 63% of our Codex usage left. 100k easy, bro. You got this. Thanks, man. Appreciate the support. Hope to see you on the streams more, man. A lot of new people joining the streams, which is great to see. Hope I see you guys again. It's not a fleeting relationship between us. Yo, we're at 60 likes. God damn. Ace is not working on Windows 11. It keeps showing Ace starting up. Yo, Jmar, you in the chat? Jose, I'm looking into it. Do you have node.js installed? It should be installed automatically, but there's currently a bug inside of Ace where you can then create a stage on top of stages, and it gets really messy. If a stage is already created, users should not be able to create a stage on top of that stage. Never mind was on my end, and sorry. It's all good? All right, yo, Jmar, he said it's all good. Never mind, Jmar. 49k in 82 days. Congrats, bro. You think this is the new method besides working for a company? I understand there's more to it. How do you promote shorts TikTok? It's definitely a method. I think, entrepreneurship has always been a method instead of running your own, working for a company, right? This option has always been available, but being able to use AI to build the app, it's just opened the doors a lot more. It makes it easier to run one-man teams, which honestly, I feel like I specialize in. I've always been a one-man army kind of guy. So yeah, I think in terms of promotion, I'm a big advocate for founder-led marketing. I think people want to follow people. That's the whole point of social media, is to connect with other individuals. So they don't want to follow companies, right? So, the goal is to just make content about yourself, And I know what you're thinking. Oh man, I got to make content now. The thing is, the world has moved to a space where making content is one of the fastest ways to grow your business. It just is. Content is low-key everything. And so, you'll see that's why Alex Hormozi does it. Why do you think Elon Musk is such a public figure? Trump? Like all these business guys, they know the power of social media. And so if you want to be able to, grow your own business, you need to be making content. It's the name of the game. If you're not making content, then you're just gonna be hindering yourself from all the other people that are making content. So yeah, founder-led marketing is what I've been pushing in the last couple of days, because I really think if you make content about yourself, if you make content about your journey, about your process, about what you want to make, it doesn't even need to be about making an app. It can just be about what you love. Maybe you like knitting. Make content about knitting. Maybe you can build an app that supports the knitting audience in some way. It helps you measure wool patterns by taking a photo or something. Think of how you can make content about something that you love, because at the end of the day, making content is hard. And then think about what app you could build to then funnel the users into. Does that make sense? That's what I would recommend. What does this app do? So this app basically lets you run more complex workflows inside Ace. So for example, I've got 2 AI agents collaborating. So yeah, these 2 can kind of talk to each other. I've also got, you can do debate. So they debate on the best answer. You can do delegate. So obviously Claude Fable is quite expensive. So if you want, you can just switch this out to Claude Fable. And then you can have a cheaper model like GPT 5.6 Terra. And then Claude Fable does all the heavy thinking. But when it comes to actually doing the task and executing, you can send it to a cheaper model, and Claude Fable will manage that for you. So you can see how you can actually end up saving on your token costs doing this. Haha, what have I come into? Knitting, hell yeah. Yes, sir. Oh, forgot to mention, change default port from 3000 because that could cause that. A lot of people making tools and such default to that and could mistakenly have some running on that port already. Oh, true. True that. Okay. Good point. Currently, our default port is 3000, and I think we should change this to a more obscure number because a lot of people will be testing and running their own apps and tools. And so when a new user installs Ace for the first time, it could break or not work properly because they already have tools running at localhost 3000. So can we do like localhost 8769? Oh, see, now I got the copy button. Oh, I can't even press it though. That's funny. Messages now have this little copy button when I hover over them, which is really nice. However, when I go to click the copy button, it goes away again because my mouse is no longer on the message. So I think there should be a little bit of leeway. Can we fix this? And I'll just send a little photo just so it understands what I'm talking about. Let's do a restart. Is clean under ESLint. TypeScript and the production compiler. The repository-wide test run is still in its slower server suite, and the next build has passed compilation with only the project's existing tracing warnings. How ahead is... It's still not working. How ahead is dev to main? Currently 55 commits ahead, but I think we're good to merge because dev is a huge upgrade right now. DB, I wonder if you put in a feature for Ace where every current user can't pull all the same issues, they have record it as a shared folder, so Ace can get smarter and smarter, doesn't make same mistake. I mean, we kind of, I agree. Maybe not all the users, because they probably wouldn't want to share data, but we're adding this thing, I don't know if you've heard of Cogni, but it's basically this new open source memory platform for agents. A lot of people in the chat are saying it's really good. So we're implementing some of its memory into Ace, specifically something called semantics, which was the main kind of upgrade we saw for Ace when doing a bit of an analyzation. But the goal is to eventually, Ace just kind of self-improves. Get rid of this. Still going. Yo, like up the stream if you haven't already. We're trying to fix this one thing with the preview. Here's the full test suite and remains healthy. The repository runs each test file sequentially, so this is the expected longest stage. I'll merge as soon as there's a clears lint. Okay, I'll give this prompt after that. I can also just open the preview. Project finished, but the preview could not open automatically. Also, when I open up the preview myself and I press the start app preview, you can see in the top right corner I got that notification. Not really sure what it is. Tenga running 63 agents really sucked the usage a lot. Is that what you were doing? Bro, I could have told you that. I currently, max I ever really have running is like 12 at a time. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 running right now. 6, 7 running right now, actually. What does this button actually do? Ideally, it does everything in its power to get the preview working, right? Maybe pressing that button sends a prompt into the chat, prompting the agent with a specific set of rules. Maybe there's an attached .md file in there saying, open a preview. If you're running into this issue, run npm install. If you're running into this issue, do this. Otherwise, do this. If this doesn't work, blah, this, blah, 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 blah. Really make this button practical and useful. Right now it's useless. All right, while that's going, let's try generate an image. So I'll just go inside using Alfred and I'll say, hey, can you please generate an image of a dog that is happy? Let's just see if this works. Images are showing in the preview. Okay. Let's see what Alfred types. Right, come on. How to start making money vibe coding? That's a very loaded question, man. You just gotta start. Let your mind take you where you need to go. Build an app, then look into how to sell the app, then look in how to market the app. Make content. Reverse engineer from the first sale to the ideation what you need to have. First sale requires people to hear about it. How are people going to hear about it? TikTok or Reddit. But for people to hear about it, there needs to be an app. What app am I going to make? You know what I mean? Reverse engineer. How many was this? 25. We've gone again. This time it's 17. I created a promotion ready happy golden. Okay, so you can see it didn't show up in the preview. If I close this and I open it again, preview is basically useless. Good to know. Again, you can see here I generated an image using ChatGPT, and what do I get? Nothing in the preview tab. Either improve your own decision making or follow a good leader until you can learn how to lead yourself. Ooh, that's a good quote. Dante, you cooked with that one, bro. I like that. Probably go to the gym soon. I just want to get this preview prompt in. Bro, you're still going? Of course, man. Gotta lock in. Bro, if you ain't locked in, bro, how you gonna make it? Burko Dev, bro. You whining about editing a video and making a game at the same time. Lock in, gang. Lock in. Yo, Jmart sent me a preview of how changing the potential settings panel. So let's have a little look. Yo, also, if you guys want to see something cool, I've been working on a preview. Let me show. Check this out. I'll go back to Jmart's thing, this one. Yo, check this out. So we're basically going to start integrating like a little jingle at the start of every short form. This is what it's going to look like. How clean is that? So that's going to play at the start of every short as like a little like welcome back to the show kind of thing. So yeah, pretty proud of it. Animator has killed it. So this is the ACE settings. Let's have a look. Yeah, I kind of am whining. Yes, so Vibecoding. Alex, how we doing? I think I'll have a vid about comparing the 3 GPT models. Oh, that's a good idea. I like that. We've got to stay locked. We do, bro, because it's really hard for me personally to decide whether Luna is enough or not. Jmart likes it. Dope. I generated it with AI, and then I got the animator to do over the top of it. That's sick. Do you reckon that'll increase or decrease engagement because it takes longer for you to start talking? I think it will increase engagement because I think initially it might decrease engagement, but over the long run, it'll increase engagement because the people that stay are going to start expecting the jingle every time I play it, which is going to increase watch time, which is going to make the algorithm push the short further. So it's a long-term play. It also shows a little bit more effort is being put into the video, which makes it harder for someone to replicate you as a creator. Okay, settings. Ooh, yo, Jmart. Looks pretty cool, bro. Show raw model output instead of the synthesized answer. That's kind of cool. Oh, yeah, this is way better. Oh, nice. And then you got the app keys. Oh, yeah, this is clean. You're up to date. Feedback. Oh, this is so good. Yo, Jay, do you want me to implement this, or do you? I can implement it if you want. I think it looks dope. That's sick. And you can make the thumbnail sequence so you can actually follow the order and not put part 1 56 rows up or down from part 2. Exactly, yeah. Bro, I can't wait until I'm professional. You can, if you want, so you can tweak anything if needed. Can you send me the thing? Because it doesn't look like I can share. You know the send to Claude code sharing feature? I don't think I can do that, so you could send me that. I'm happy to do it. I heard it's way faster now, Vince was saying, as in Ace. Yes, it's a lot faster, dude. Like, look at this. Before, I wasn't even able to do this, bro. Now I can just move my freaking shit back and forth. I can even like add Claude with GPT, and then I'm just gonna create a stage. And now look at this. Look at this. Dude, right now, before, if I did this, my computer would have crashed. Now, I can do that shit. Like, it's so much response. Look at this. I can literally just do anything. It's way faster, dude. Way night and day difference, honestly. So yeah, shout out Vince, shout out Jay. And shout out to myself also. You know, I'm doing a pretty good job too, aren't I? I want to see that PR would look insane. That's such a dev thing to say. You're such a dev, Alex. You're such a dev, you know that? I wanna look at the PR. I wanna see how crazy that PR looks. That's what I picture you in real life right now. We could probably start merging dev into main. I'm so not. It's just the Vince rot. Bro's Vince farming right now, bro. I'm a content dude. Ha ha ha. Yeah? Have you got content on your account? On your YouTube? Alex edits. Wait, are you from New Zealand, Alex? It says NZ at the end of your name. Oh shit, you be making car content, man. Alex be making car content. That's pretty cool. Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Lotus, McLaren, cinematic. Midnight Mad. Are you doing, is this like stock footage or? Oh, clean. Yo, is that copyrighted music? I rate it. Whoa, dude. Dude, this looks clean as. What are you talking about? This looks so good. Are you using a gimbal? It looks like you're wobbling a little bit. Are you using a gimbal? Dude, where in NZ is this, bro? This is a sick shop. Hey, bro, look at the stomach on that guy. Bruh. Hey, if y'all ever go rich, do not get fat. Alright? You gotta lock in. Dude, this looks really good. You should keep the YouTube channel going, Alex. Discord. You go on Insta. Surprised this didn't crash my Chrome. Damn. Oh, bro, yeah, that's way cooler. That's pretty sick. Dope. Are you into F1 and stuff? I've never been into F1 that much. Also, like up the stream if you haven't already, man. What y'all doing, man? What y'all doing, man? Why y'all doing this to me, man? I'm about to beg for likes right now. Please, 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 please like up the stream, man. That's so funny. Fuck, I make myself cringe sometimes, eh? God damn it. Alright. Alright, dude. I haven't been able to send this one prompt because it's taking 20 minutes to freaking merge, bro. Not really into F1, that's fair. Alright. We should have Claude back in a second. With our reset coming in. So in 12 minutes. I sent workspace for design, that should work. All right, cheers, Jay. Maybe I can get Claude Fable to work on that. Man, I gotta go gym after this. What am I training at the gym today? Let me have a quick look. Yo, also, if you guys want a cool app, you should check out this one. It's called Workouts. I don't know if you guys know Jeff Nippard, but he built his own app called Workouts. Check this out. This one. And it basically lets you like use AI to like make your own workout. So if you're ever like going to the gym and you like don't know what you're gonna work out or you don't know what to do, you can literally just say like what you want to work on, and you can see today I'm working on preloaded leg press, wide stance Smith machine. Good morning. Oh man, don't tell me it's a leg day today, bro. I hate training legs, man. Legs are so ass, man. I hate that shit. Never been a fan of legs, man. GB future reference. Some of you may not like that comment and find it offensive. I'm 5'8", 145, and struggle to put on weight. And bro, you got to do more strategic promo. Gas. I mean, that's true, but like at the end of the day, man, I'm not going to be for everyone, you know? And that's fine. Gas. Yeah, check it out. But yeah. More strategic promo. I'm going to be able to do more strategic promo the moment I find out where most of the traffic is coming from based off of our tracking links. Because that will let me know where I should focus more. Alright, that preview thing's taking freaking ages. Which one was it? This one. What startup ad should I recreate? Bro, make me an ad, bro. Packaging is in production, runtime build step. Now, this is the last compute heavy stage before the workflow moves the dev channel tag and publishes the release assets. All right. Cool. Like the Nushi ad. That was pretty cool. All right, I'll probably run the stream up to the 5-hour mark, and then I'll probably call it. Deal, send me the inspo and all the info. The thing is, I don't even know, bro. Like, I don't even know what inspo to give you. All I have is the website, which is linked in the description. Our subconscious hears our conscious mind, and yeah, the app is gas and valid point. It's actually impossible to be liked by all while humans have free will. I think Google really going to take over the world. Why do you think Google's going to take over the world, Dante? Yo, Alex, yeah, I just got the website. Like, the website's got a bunch of info in terms of, like, you know, we've got the docs up here. It literally says everything. We've got like a bunch of different stuff, man. We've got pricing page. We got a video going through different workflows and stuff. Like, this is a bit outdated though, to be fair. I should probably change this actually. Let me add that to things to do, which was in the Canva, which I don't want to open just in case Chrome crashes again. Chuck music on. Fix preserved assisted updates in shared runtime. Add curated ACE skills sources. ACE dev is still running the previous runtime and has not polled since the new release appeared. You got 40K revenue in like 3 months. Yes, sir. We're about to hit 50K. I got you. This is the pitch. AI is still lying. Come on down to Ace where the house deals the cards fair and square. Lol, that was corny. And because Google has science research teams in quantum. That's actually not bad, Dante. Like, I think a bit of tweaking, that could be decent. AI is still lying. Coming down to Ace where the house deals the cards fair and square. Kind of rhymes too. Ace Dev has now detected the new runtime report. I'm applying it with a second restart. Then I'll verify both the installed latest control state and the live preview response. Why is the restart button not working? To the developer channel. The installed app, select its port in the Electron shell. The source change is merged, but new production installs will use only after the new version desktop release. It is not yet live in production. Ace.app. Ah, that's why. Everything's just broken now because of the new localhost. Looks like the current dev and prod app are broken now because of this. So can we update? Whoa, what was that? It just opened up 50 aces. They've been collecting user data to already read our minds. That's why all Google's search and anything on technology already knows whatever we're talking about. Bro, I can freestyle for real. I can't wait until Cook prompts easily. Also, literally Google insiders have left and fine interviews about Google's end goal of creating an omnipresent AI similar to God. I mean, yeah, I guess if anyone has a chance at creating AGI, it's probably Google. Briefly caused 2 concurrent downs, but 1 completely clean, and the app is stable on a single server process. I'm running the final live endpoint check now. Alright, let me just send this prompt. Cool. Is this merged? Production has not been promoted to main. Alright. Right. What's my Claude usage at? Are we reset yet? 3 minutes until reset with Fable. Check my YouTube analytics real quick. I haven't checked it all day. Damn, 1645. That's pretty solid, man. $152 in 1 day. So we went from 68 to 85 to 114 to 131 to 152. That's pretty crazy. We just hit 38,000 subscribers. Damn, we're growing pretty quick, man. Look at that. We were at 37 just recently. We're growing at like 250 to 300 subscribers a day. Damn, that's a 400 subscriber jump right there. We moving fast. We moving fast as fuck right now. We moving fast. Okay. I wonder what's led to the most subscriber growth. Damn, that's crazy. Doing something right. Good shit. Thanks, Payne. Appreciate you, gang. Can I add any AI model with API, or is it only Claude, ChatGPT, and Gemini? Is there a specific model that you want to add, David? Right now, you got Claude, ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, and Ollama. But I'm looking to implement Kimi K3 into it as well. And eventually, like, you can connect OpenRouter API keys, but yeah, if you let me know, I can definitely implement additional models. I'm just keeping it kind of small right now, because like each model kind of has its own language and its own kind of complexities in terms of translations to each other model. So you can see how when I implement Grok or Gemini or Ollama or something, things need to kind of be changed in the background. It's not as easy as just implementing a model. But Kimi K3 is kind of next on the list. If you want to check out Ace for yourself, there's a link in the description. Use code DUBI, Doobie, for 10% off. That's my name. All right, I think Fable just reset. Let's have a look. And we are resets in 0 minutes. Look at that shit. Never seen that before. The screenshot shows 3 distinct handoff failures. Agents correctly report no runnable app entry point, but Ace stops at diagnosis instead of helping the repo become previewable. The manual button only retries the same detector and emits a toast, so it cannot recover missing dependencies or ambiguous app routes. The images tab is intentionally wired to a permanent empty array, so a successfully saved PNG can never appear. I'm now matching each screenshot to its persisted run and checking the linked Ace bench repo structure before naming the final root cause. I've now matched the failure to their persisted Ace jobs. The linked Ace bench repo is runnable, and it had even opened successfully in an earlier session. So existing GitHub repo is not the real limitation. I'm tracing this separate MCP manual button and generated image paths now because they currently bypass different parts of the preview pipeline. Black box AI. I've heard about black box AI. And how their CLI works. Black box AI CLI. Is it because of the parallel being able to run multiple at the same time? What is the best platform to build a tool like Chrome extensions for automating tasks? I would say the best would be Claude, because Claude has a Chrome extension right here, which will actually allow it to test the tool once it's built. So I would recommend using Claude. Also, like up the stream if you haven't already, man. What am I looking at here, Dante? Headless mode. I'm thinking an uncentered model like Venice AI. Venice AI. For unlimited creative freedom. Is it, it's not local, is it? Interesting. Venice AI. First time I'm hearing about it. We can definitely look into implementing something like this if there was enough interest. I don't want to create things that people aren't going to use. But maybe, I'm just trying to think if there was a way to add your own AI. Like, how would that look? How would a user want to add their own AI? Doobie, have you messed with Kimi K3 much? I might get it today and run it. I mean, can you even get it right now, Payne? I'm pretty sure they've blocked new users from joining. because they're trying to save their compute for the users that they have. But yeah, I've been messing with Kimi K3 quite a bit. You should check out this video. Kimi K3 versus Claude Fable 5. Almost at 100,000 views. Damn. But yeah, check it out. I think it's showcases pretty well. It's gone ahead and chucked it inside a thing, but does it work with any language? Can it use? Yes, the CLI non-interactive mode. Is my code sent to the cloud? Specifically, that is Blackbox AI. I'm telling you that they have a shit ton of models, and that's easy doobie. Bring your own API key and make the port for any key. Maybe, well, maybe not way. Easy. All right, cool. That's cool. I definitely have heard of Blackbox AI before. That's cool that it auto downloaded for me just then. The prior learning refresh found one relevant constraint. Previous selectors must use the canonical project board records. To generate images also need strict board scoping. The automated freeze utility is unavailable in this checkout. I'm enforcing the scope manually to 5 existing files under, which keeps this below investigation workflows blast radius threshold. All right, so the fixed and shipped to Ace Dev. So now inside of Ace Dev, gotta log in again. Ace Developer Channel, merged into Dev, so we can get rid of this. Merged into Dev as well. Get rid of this. Store Ace project. Merge to Dev. You could do a custom option and they just hit enter where they just hit enter their key and the API URL. That's true. We could definitely do that. Hey dude, what are you doing? Which type of vibe software? I'm currently vibing Ace, which is my own app, my little baby. I never even tested this selecting of multiple projects, but let's go ahead and delete all 5. Clean. But yeah, Ace is basically stands for Agentic Coding Environment. You can build cool stuff with it. Check it out. First link in the description. And just like that, realistically, are you going to stream tomorrow? Realistically, I am grabbing, I'm going for a run and I'm grabbing breakfast with my brother. So realistically, I probably won't live stream in the morning, but realistically, yeah, honestly, realistically, I'm probably not gonna live stream tomorrow. When did I start making money out of this project? Maybe like a couple weeks ago. Based off principles of software programming development fundamentals. Close unused tabs and apps. All right, guys, on that note, we just hit the 5-hour mark. The longest stream I've done in a while. Thank you for joining me. I'm gonna wrap it up there. We got a lot done today, man. We got a lot done today. Like get this music off, man. We got a shit ton done today. Like, we did the tracking URLs. Like, I'm hoping that you guys are learning something out of this, because that was the first time I've ever done tracking URLs. So we set up the tracking URLs, super easy. We set up post-hog last live stream. So if you're looking to add analytics to your app, which I highly recommend, like, how are you gonna know what to work on if you don't have analytics on your app? So I've added analytics to my app now, and it's really useful. On top of that, we've fixed a bunch of bugs. We've also gone ahead and altered a couple things, specifically around the preview tab not working. So yeah, if I do live stream tomorrow, which I probably won't, the next kind of thing to work on is just keep testing Ace from inside. I've noticed we're doing a lot of work from the outside. I think now I need to switch to the user perspective. I think I've done as much as I can from a developer. From the user perspective, testing the app, trying a bunch of different things, trying to break it, trying to do this, trying to do that, seeing what works, what doesn't, and then trying to, fix the app through that method. Reverse engineering as you would. But yeah, thanks for joining me today, gang. I'll catch you guys all again, probably Friday. But yeah, peace out. I'll see you guys Friday. Thank you for joining me. Like the stream if you haven't already and you're about to leave, and you might as well because it's free. And check out Ace if you want to. First link in the description, and I'll catch you guys later. Bye.